dünyadan göçüp gidersen boşa gider de gözyaşlarım. Şu dünyadan göçüp gidersen boşa gider de gözyaşlarım.
Interpreters, can you hear me? Can you hear me, the interpreters? Test 1, 2, 3.
Your attention, please. Good morning, everybody. Can we have some order, please? Excuse me, distinguished delegates, can we be seated? And can we leave this row on the left, this right wing? Can we have some space here, please? Liaison officers and protocol officers are requested to kindly ensure that the delegates are seated properly, please. Bon là, non? Oui, tá, que nem que grupo que eu fiz a base de morning, everybody. May I invite you to kindly rise up to welcome our guest of honor, the Honorable Prime Minister, who will be welcomed by the Honorable Speaker of the National Assembly and the President of the SADC PF, the Honorable Speaker from Seychelles. And I would request all of you to kindly remain standing up so that we will be playing later on the national anthem of the Republic of Mauritius, which will be followed by the anthem of the AU and that of the SADC. I thank you. guests to be seated, please. Honorable Pravin Kumar Jagnat, Prime Minister of the Republic of Mauritius, our guest of honor. Honorable Roger Mancien, President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and Speaker of the National Assembly of Seychelles. Honorable Surujdev Fokia, our host of Mauritius, GCSK, GOSK, Speaker of the National Assembly. Honorable Regina Esparon, Chairperson of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus. Honorable Speakers and Heads of Delegation of Member Parliaments present. Honorable Ministers and Heads of Delegation of Member Parliaments, Honorable Ministers and Members of Parliament of Mauritius, the Chairperson of the Rodrigue Regional Assembly, Ms. Beomo Segoma, Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to welcome you to the official opening ceremony of the 54th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, which the Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable Pravin Kumar Jagnat, has kindly agreed to grace this function by his distinguished presence as our guest of honor. The Parliament of Mauritius is honored to host this plenary assembly under the theme, The Role of Parliaments in Promoting Coordination for Enhanced Disaster Risk Reduction and Recovery Planning in the SADC region, a symposium which will be held later this evening, and the symposium will be chaired by none other than our Vice Prime Minister, Honorable Anwar Husnu. Mauritius is pleased to welcome parliamentary delegations from the National Assembly of Angola, which is led by the Honorable Carolina Secura, Speaker of the National Assembly. From Botswana, delegation led by the Honorable Pandu Tambola Chaha Sekelani, Speaker of the National Assembly. The Kingdom of Lesotho, led by Honorable Tiohang S.K. Mane. From Mauritius itself, the Honorable Surujdev Fokia, Speaker of the National Assembly, who is leading a delegation. And we also have a parliamentary delegation from the Rodrigue Regional Assembly, which is led by the chairperson of the RRA, Honorable Christian Leopold. The Parliament of Seychelles, we have the speaker leading the delegation, Honorable Roger Mancien, who is the president of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and the Speaker of the Assembly of Seychelles. From South Africa, the delegation is led by Honorable Nosiviwe Masipa Nwakulu. From the Parliament of Tanzania, the delegation is led by Honorable Selemani Jumani Zedi, the Speaker. The delegation from Zambia is being led by the Honorable Speaker Nelly Muti. From the Zimbabwe, the delegation is led by the Honorable Speaker, Advocate Jacob Francis Niziwa Milobo Mutenda. Clerks and Secretaries General of Members of Parliament are also present here. And we are expecting delegations from the Democratic Republic of Congo, the Malawi, Mozambique, and Namibia today. I also wish to inform our distinguished guests that translation devices are available for the following languages. English language is available on channel 1. For French, we have to switch to channel 2, and Portuguese language is available on channel 3. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my pleasure to welcome the Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Ms. Boemo Segoma, to deliver her address.
Good morning, bon dia, bonjour. Honorable Pravin Kumar Jagnat, Prime Minister of the Republic of Mauritius, our guest of honor. The Honorable Roger Mancien, President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and Speaker of the National Assembly of Seychelles. Honorable Surujdev Fokia, GCSK GOSK, Speaker of the National Assembly of Mauritius. Honorable Regina Esparon, Chairperson of the SADC Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus. Honorable Speakers and Heads of Delegations from our member parliaments present. Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament of Mauritius, Chairpersons of Rodriguez Regional Assembly, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished participants, staff of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and those of national parliaments, ladies and gentlemen, it's with singular honor and humility that I deliver this statement during the 54th Plenary Assembly Session of the Southern Africa Development Parliamentary Forum in my capacity as Secretary General. This statutory meeting is the last one of the forum's calendar for this year. It concludes a productive year and marks the end of the forum's 2019 to 2023 strategic plan. I'm pleased to state that this strategic plan has been successfully implemented with full support and the active engagement of all stakeholders and member parliaments. Honorable Prime Minister, please allow me to highlight some achievements that Mauritius, the envy of many, has made, which also resonates with the values that we cherish as a SADC Parliamentary Forum. Mauritius is admired widely for her thriving economy and ranks high on the democracy indices. In many countries, the right to health is not justiciable. However, in this country, it is pleasing to note that Mauritius provides free health care for all her citizens. Similarly, the right to education is also facilitated by free transport for students, even on the Metro Express. In the area of social protection, basic foodstuffs are subsidized by the government. This ensures access for all, including the marginalized and vulnerable groups. Furthermore, the citizens of Mauritius, the senior citizens of Mauritius, are provided special protection through monthly pensions. We fully associate with these measures, which we believe are well-meaning and ensure that the citizens of Mauritius are well cushioned in their daily lives. This at one level domesticates our model laws that we have developed. I probably speak for many when I say that we are privileged to be here. As a tourism destination, Mauritius is simply breathtaking. The country's wide sandy beaches, its sky blue lagoons, and its charming landscape make the country a world-renowned destination for tourism. Lastly, Mauritius made headlines over the Chagos Archipelago, which was retained by the then colonial powers before independence. We congratulate Mauritius for having the boldness and bravado to fight for its territorial integrity. We encourage Mauritius to continue the relevant progressive steps through all lawful means available until the sovereignty issue is permanently resolved. We celebrate these milestones because the SADC Parliamentary Forum stands for constitutionalism, the rule of law, democratization, and economic development, among others. And this is evidenced by various resolutions that relate to human dignity and decency. As such, we are thrilled to be holding our 54th Plenary Assembly in a country that we have described. Honorable Prime Minister, please permit me to conclude by extending my sincere gratitude to the National Assembly of Mauritius under the exemplary leadership of Honorable Sorer Pokier for graciously and effectively hosting this August Assembly. Our gratitude also extends to the Office of the Acting Clerk. For the record, the National Assembly of Mauritius is one of the member parliaments of the SADC Parliamentary Forum with a lean staff count, yet it performs effectively in organizing regional and international events of this magnitude. This institutional feat by the National Assembly of Mauritius stands as a testament of the potential and efficiency of this wonderful nation. I thank you for your kind listening.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Madam Secretary General, for your kind words of appreciation for the Republic of Mauritius. And now it is my pleasure to call on the stage Honorable Regina Esparro, the chairperson of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, for her address.
Honorable Praveen Kumar Jadnot, Prime Minister of the Republic of Mauritius, Honorable Roger Mancien, President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and Speaker of the National Assembly of Seychelles, Honorable Surujit Prokye, Speaker of the National Assembly of Mauritius, Honorable Speakers and Heads of Delegation of Member Parliament present, Honorable Ministers and Member of Parliament of Mauritius, Chairperson of Rodrigue Regional Assembly, Ms. Wemo Segoma, Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Guests of honor and distinguished delegates, it is a great honor and I feel privileged to stand before you to deliver a statement on behalf of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus on this auspicious occasion. It is gratifying to note that over time, some strides have been recorded towards gender equality and women empowerment in our region. But it remains true that we are not yet there, and the challenges are many and progress is very slow. The shortcomings are seen in many areas: education, employment, finance, business, politics, and so on. The statistics bear witness to these realities. Yet we have come to realize that investing in girls' education and training has clear and concrete social and economic benefits. To move forward, various policy interventions must be put in place to tackle gender imbalances. We must improve conditions for young women to engage in all aspects of economic activities, while we also tackle violence against women and girls. Childcare options, legal and finance norms, but most important of all, it's overcoming traditional perceptions of the role of women in societies across our region. Guests of honor and distinguished delegates, the theme for the 54th Plenary Assembly is appropriate in our current circumstances, given that Southern Africa is among the most vulnerable regions in the world to frequent and catastrophic disasters. It is encouraging to note that SADC has adopted the Gender-Responsive Disaster Risk Reduction Strategic Plan and Plan of Action 2020-2030. In so doing, SADC recognized that the severity of the impacts of extreme and non-extreme weather and climate events depends strongly on the exposure of these events and the levels of vulnerability. Climate change affects the people, but not equally, because in any given climate crisis, women and girls experience its greatest impact, which are amplified by pre-existing gender inequalities. The consequences of climate disaster are an increased burden for women and girls. In this regard, regional efforts to improve capacity for gender-responsive risk reduction are of critical importance. The SADC Gender-Responsive Disaster Risk Reduction Strategy Plan and Plan of Action is a critical statement that we need to keep in the forefront of our deliberations. It recognizes that a regional approach is justifiable because disasters do not necessarily respect territorial boundaries. However, action at national level is also key. We must galvanize our efforts to collect information about these disasters and disseminate it among multiple stakeholders and strengthen coordination mechanism between institutional and legislative framework. Additionally, full and effective implementation of disaster management framework call for increased funding. I am therefore encouraged that the plenary assembly will provide a platform for the parliamentarians of SADC to focus on the key challenges of climate change and its impact facing our region. I am confident that the resolution from this important engagement will go along way towards ensuring that SADC member states are better prepared to manage and mitigate the disaster that occur in their respective jurisdiction and across the entire region. Guests of honor, the world will commemorate the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women on 25th November. This commemoration will also mark the launch of UNIC campaign, which will run until 10th December. It means 16 days of activism, concluding on the day of that commemorates the International Human Rights Day, 10th of December. In light of this, I call on each SADC parliamentarians to rededicate themselves to taking action to create a SADC free from violence against women and girls. Allow me to end with a brief note on the history of women's rights in Mauritius, our host country. Beginning with the adoption of Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action, Mauritius has made steady progress in addressing women's issues relating to education, poverty, economic empowerment, legal measures, violence against women, and the environment. Mauritius adopted a national gender policy 2008 to mainstream gender in all sectoral policies. This has triggered significant changes in the situation of Mauritius in relation to gender equality. However, concerns around gender-based violence and unequal opportunities in employment still exist. I will stop here and simply say that much impressive progress has been recorded, but much still needs to be done as in other SADC countries if SDG 5 is to be achieved as part of the 2030 agenda. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for your inspiring speech and for your kind words again for the Republic of Mauritius in our achievements in gender equality. It is now my privilege and honor to welcome and to call on stage the Honorable Roger Mancien, President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and Speaker of the National Assembly, to address this audience.
Honorable Praveen Kumar Jagannath, Prime Minister of the Republic of Mauritius, our esteemed guest of honor, Honorable Surajdev Bouquet, Speaker of the National Assembly of Mauritius, Honorable Regina Ispawan, Chairperson of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Regional Women's Caucus. Honorable Speakers, Heads of Delegation, Member Parliaments present, Honorable Ministers, and Members of Parliament of Mauritius, Chairperson of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly, Ms. Buemo Segoma, Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Well, here we are gathered once again for a SADC plenary forum. I am honored as president of this forum to welcome you all, honorable members, distinguished guests, our hosts, to this forum, which is graciously hosted by the Parliament of the Republic of Mauritius. On behalf of all our members, I extend my appreciation to our distinguished guest of honor, the Honorable Praveen Kumar Jagannath, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Mauritius, for his presence on this occasion. Honorable Prime Minister, we are grateful that you have taken the time to be with us, which shows the commitment and support that you bring to the vital work of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Our heartfelt appreciation also to our colleague, the Speaker of Mauritius, Honorable Surajdev Oke, for the generous hospitality in hosting this assembly at his parliament. Mr. Speaker, we all know the work that the assembly poses on your parliament, members and staff, and we thank you for all the work you have taken to enable us to pursue the work of this assembly in collaboration with our secretariat, led by our esteemed Secretary General, Ms. Segoma. We know that the success of this assembly depends a lot on these efforts that have been made in preparation. This Parliament is one of the founding members of the Forum and has been a consistent participant in its work. We have appreciated the Forum. The Forum has appreciated the contribution made by the members from Mauritius in its deliberations and in its decisions. Over the years, both current and former members have played pivotal roles within various leadership positions of the SADC-PF organs. These include, if I may mention, the former Speaker, the Honorable Abdul Razak Piru, who served as the President of the SADC-PF from 2012 to 2014, bringing invaluable leadership and expertise during his tenure. Among other things, he made a vital contribution in launching the transformative journey towards becoming the SADC Parliament. This is a goal that we continue to pursue. Here in Mauritius, more than a decade ago, during the 35th Plenary Assembly, in June 2014, the SADC-PF took the major step of institutionalizing its rules of procedure in a statement called Operating Like a Parliament. It was the then president of the SADC-PF, Speaker Piru, who defined the essence of operating like a parliament, and in his words, operating like a parliament means changing our operational modalities from the hitherto conference style to one similar to a parliamentary institution. This is what we have engaged upon. I would like to acknowledge the significant progress we have made in our pursuit of this transformation, which means a lot to our institution. It offers us the opportunity to deepen our engagement in regional matters and elevate our collective voice to effect change that will positively impact the lives of the people of our region. And now, just a brief preview of the work that is before us in this plenary. In a world characterized by growing polarization and conflicts, where multilateralism and diplomacy are often being openly undermined, it is imperative for us to remain committed to and reinforce the pivotal role of parliaments in conflict prevention and diplomacy, in building strong institutions, engage in democratic governance, and marshalling development and progress in our region. It is incumbent upon us to shoulder the responsibility of positioning our parliaments as strongholds of inclusivity, diversity, tolerance, stability, and democracy. The theme for this plenary assembly, the role of parliaments in promoting coordination for enhanced disaster risk reduction and recovery planning in the SADC region, offers a significant platform for members to engage in comprehensive discussions and exchange insights regarding one of the pressing issues of climate change. It is incontestable that climate events have been having devastating effects on the lives of our citizens, with vulnerable groups such as women and children being the most severely affected. It is not the first time that we devote a plenary assembly to a subject related to climate change. We are not overdoing it. We cannot let go of this issue because it is of crucial importance to our region and to our planet. During the symposium on this subject, honorable members will discuss the theme from a new angle based on presentations by resource persons and follow up with adopting resolutions for action by various stakeholders, including our governments. During this session, we will also deliberate on reports of our standing committees and the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, containing issues that were submitted by citizens through virtual public hearings that were held from 11th to 18th October. These reports, therefore, represent the voices and concerns of the citizens of our region. By addressing the issues contained, we will be demonstrating our commitment to responsive government and the strengthening of democracy in our respective countries. The current SADC-PF strategic plan for the period 2019 to 2023 is set to end in December 2023. As key stakeholders, it is imperative for us to actively participate in the development of the next strategic plan for the period 2024 to 2028. Our collective input will be vital in shaping the direction and priorities of our institution, ensuring that it is aligned with the evolving needs and aspirations of citizens. So here we are at the start of the 54th Plenary Assembly. Let us seize this moment to renew our dedication to the principles of democracy, regional cooperation, and peace. Together, we can make a profound impact on the lives of our people and contribute to a more prosperous and harmonious South African region. As a final word, let me thank again the government, the Parliament, and the Speaker, the people of Mauritius, for the gracious welcome we have been accorded and the hospitality that has been extended to us since our arrival. It is a pleasure to be in the capital city of Mauritius, Port Louis, a vibrant capital, and I am more than pleased. I'm sure I will have the envy of the rest of my colleagues, delegates, to say that this feels like home, and it feels great to be in Mauritius. The Honorable Secretary General has given us a lot of examples on why we should enjoy Mauritius, so let's enjoy the work and enjoy the hospitality. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, for your address, which has been focused on your support and dedication to continue to uphold the ideals of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. Thank you. It is now my distinguished honor and privilege to welcome our host, the Honorable Surjdev Fokia, GCSK, GOSK, Speaker of the National Assembly, to deliver his speech to this distinguished gathering.
Honorable Pravin Kumar Jagannath, Prime Minister and Guest of Honor, Honorable Roger Marchand, President of SADC-PF, Speaker of National Assembly of Seychelles, Honorable Speakers and Presiding Officers, Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, Chairperson of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Ms. Boemo Seguma, Secretary General of the SADC-PF, distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a singular honor for the Republic of Mauritius and the National Assembly as a valuable partner of the SADC-PF to host the 54th Plenary Assembly of the SADC Parliamentary Forum. As Speaker of the National Assembly, I extend a warm welcome to all delegates. The Plenary Assembly gives us the opportunity to pursue regional cooperation. We are fully conscious that in the 21st century, interparliamentary democracy plays a cardinal role in international relations, and that parliaments are also expected to contribute to the regional integration agenda. As an active participant in SADC's activities and initiatives, Mauritius contributes to regional cooperation in various sectors, including trade, economic development, regional integration, and climate issues. The theme of this assembly, the role of parliaments in promoting coordination for enhanced disaster risk reduction and recovery planning in the SADC region, I must say, comes at an opportune time. Climate-related extreme catastrophes have become a growing concern for many countries in recent years due to the ongoing effects of climate change. Unpredictable and extreme weather events are disrupting daily lives and causing significant damages to infrastructures and having a toll on the economy of affected countries. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the team, which is cross-cutting with climate change and disaster preparedness, demonstrates clearly the transboundary nature of certain regional issues which require parliamentarians of different jurisdictions to deliberate and exchange views for an enhanced and informed parliamentary delivery at the national level. This is why I believe regional and international efforts to mitigate and adapt to climate change are essential when addressing these catastrophes. Mauritius has had its own share of challenges related to natural disasters, particularly flash floods, landslides, and cyclones, which have caused significant damage. It is my firm conviction that the plenary will play a crucial role in promoting coordination within the SADC region and will come up with insightful suggestions for prompt actions to address complex challenges posed by natural disasters and climate change. Having said so, I will now say a few words on the business of this plenary assembly. I wish to underscore that the Assembly will also address other key topics which are fundamental to the region through the tabling of reports of standing committees, which are the driving engines of the SADC-PF in relation to thematic advancement. In particular, reports relating to issues such as gender equality, women representation, democratization, sexual and reproductive health and rights, and access to resources, to cite a few, will be considered during this plenary. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, this plenary assembly will thus consider a diversified set of satellite themes together with the main theme of disaster risk reduction and recovery planning, all of which are very significant to socio-economic empowerment in the SADC region. I wish to end by encouraging delegates to interact and deliberate on the topics under discussion in view of assisting this August Assembly to develop constructive and actionable resolutions that will guide member parliaments and line ministries accordingly. It has been a pleasure to collaborate with delegates of the SADC-PF, and we are confident that the holding of this plenary assembly will go further to reinforce the robust bond of solidarity that we share with one another under the auspices of the forum. We look forward to many more fruitful years of interparliamentary cooperation across Southern Africa and to hosting further events of SADC-PF. On this note, I wish the Assembly fruitful deliberations, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. for addressing this distinguished gathering. Allow me, as acting clerk of the National Assembly, to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your inspiration, the guidance, the valuable guidance, and the unflinching support you have given to the staff and the stakeholders concerned to ensure that this plenary assembly today becomes a reality. Thank you very much. It is now my singular honor and privilege to call upon our guest of honor, the Honorable Pravin Kumar Jugnauth, Prime Minister of the Republic of Mauritius, to deliver his official opening address.
Honorable Roger Mancienne, President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and Speaker of the National Assembly of Seychelles, Honorable Surujdev Fokir, the Speaker of the National Assembly, Mauritius, Honorable Regina Esparon, Chairperson of the Regional Women's Parliamentary Caucus, Honorable Speakers and Heads of Delegations, Member Parliaments present, my colleague Ministers, Parliamentary Private Secretaries and Members of Parliament of Mauritius, Chairperson of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly, Madam Secretary General of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm deeply honored as Prime Minister of the Republic of Mauritius and Leader of the House in our National Assembly to address this 54th Plenary Assembly of the Southern African Development Community Parliamentary Forum. At the outset, I wish to extend my warm welcome to all the parliamentarians and delegates who have traveled from various parts of the SADC region to attend this landmark event. I hope Mauritius has been hospitable to you so far, and I'm certain that the National Assembly of Mauritius, under the leadership of Honorable Surujdev Fokir, the Speaker, has catered for all necessary arrangements to ensure that the plenary assembly is a memorable one for all of you and also reinforces SADC unity. I also hope that you will have the opportunity to explore our diverse tourist attractions and experience the warmth of our people during your stay in our island country. Ladies and gentlemen, it is apposite that the plenary assembly is taking place in Mauritius at a time when our country is occupying the vice presidency of the SADC Parliamentary Forum through Honorable Marie-Joanne Sabrina Tour, Deputy Chief Government Whip, and I wish to thank Honorable Tour for her sterling contributions in efficiently coordinating matters at the level of the Executive Committee of the SADC Parliamentary Forum for the plenary assembly to successfully take place in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, occasions like the plenary assembly underscore the fact that while you represent your respective countries and national parliaments as parliamentarians, you are united by a shared commitment to promote regional cooperation and solidarity in line with the SADC agenda. I wish to reiterate the unwavering commitment of Mauritius to the principles and values of the SADC Parliamentary Forum as the apex inter-parliamentary body of the region. We view the forum as an indispensable platform for advancing parliamentary cooperation within SADC. Our commitment to SADC is resolute, and we remain fully committed to working closely with other fellow member states to collectively tackle both regional and global challenges that our region faces. Indeed, parliamentary cooperation and diplomacy are pivotal in our joint efforts to overcome the pressing regional and global challenges that pose threats to regional stability and prosperity. Parliaments play a central role in establishing and strengthening the vital link between our governments and the citizens we serve. This connection with the citizenry forms the foundation of our democratic systems across the region. I commend the SADC Parliamentary Forum for consistently showing its commitment to actively engaging in the region's citizens in various matters of concern and interest. This commitment is exemplified through initiatives such as public hearings, which I understand are gaining popularity amongst both citizens and stakeholders. The theme of the 54th Plenary Assembly, which is the role of parliaments in promoting coordination for enhanced disaster risk reduction and recovery planning in the SADC region, is both timely and very relevant, as it underscores the pivotal role that parliaments play in addressing the ever-growing challenges posed by natural disasters and climate change within our region. The SADC region is no stranger to the grim realities of natural disasters and their devastating impacts on our individual countries and local communities. We have directly witnessed the catastrophic effects of cyclones, droughts, and floods which have wreaked havoc in our region. These natural disasters have not only caused extensive damage to vital infrastructure, but have also claimed, unfortunately, numerous lives. They have disrupted communities, placed a heavy burden on our economies, and most significantly, eroded the progress we have made in our development endeavors. These disasters, further exacerbated by the looming threat of climate change, have highlighted the urgent need to enhance our disaster risk reduction and recovery planning efforts. They have also underscored the interconnectedness of our countries and the need for regional cooperation and coordination in addressing the associated challenges. As representatives of the people, parliaments and individual parliamentarians hold a unique and critical position of influence and responsibility. Parliaments, in their role as guardians of democracy, are entrusted with a solemn duty not only enact laws and shape public policies, but also to allocate resources judiciously. In carrying out these responsibilities, they play a crucial role in ensuring that the voices of our citizens are not only heard, but also actively addressed. In times of disasters, this duty assumes even greater significance. It is the legislature's fundamental responsibility to ensure that our countries have the necessary legal and policy frameworks to mitigate risks, respond to disasters effectively, and facilitate recovery and reconstruction. Moreover, parliaments must serve as the primary platform for robust and informed engagements on disaster management strategies and to ensure that our laws and policies are adaptive and resilient. The role of the legislature extends beyond the realm of legislation. It is essential for the parliaments to actively facilitate partnerships among key stakeholders, including governments, of course, civil society, the private sector, international organizations, in order to contribute to a comprehensive approach to disaster risk reduction. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, disasters know no border, which means that countries in the region need to adopt a transboundary approach in their perspectives and responses. This includes sharing knowledge, best practices, and resources. The SADC region is a community of nations, and it is through unity, solidarity, and collaboration that we can effectively address the challenges posed by climate change and disasters. Accordingly, it is imperative for the SADC Parliamentary Forum and national parliaments to advocate for the implementation of both the SADC regional and global disaster risk reduction and recovery planning frameworks. These frameworks not only provide comprehensive strategies for addressing the challenges posed by natural disasters, but also offer guidelines for coordinating efforts among SADC member states and also with our international partners. Through this approach, parliamentarians will make a significant contribution to reducing the impact of disasters and ensuring also long-term recovery and development, particularly in the context of the escalating challenges associated with climate change. By giving top priority to advocating for the integration of disaster risk reduction and climate adaptation into all aspects of national development plans, parliaments will contribute to building resilience and ensuring that our investments in infrastructure, education, and healthcare, they are guided by risk considerations and are sustainable. Due to the constant threat of extreme weather events, the government of Mauritius has been swift to enact the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Action Act in 2016, which established a statutory council and strategic framework to deal with mitigating the risks of disasters and to prepare for recovery. Our national policy on disaster risk reduction and management 2020-2030 adopts a modern approach that is community-centered and tailor-made to empower individuals to build resilience, to surmount the adverse consequences of natural disasters. And I'm certain that the presenters from the relevant national authorities will be able to give more details on the strategies and guidelines which have been adopted by Mauritius. Accordingly, I'm confident that the theme for this plenary assembly will enlighten SADC parliamentarians on the significance of early preparations in disaster management and will engage in lively and productive deliberations on the subject. Without doubt, the resolutions of this plenary assembly will contribute to making the SADC region a safer place that is conscious of the need for climate change governance as well as disaster preparedness. I am also alive to the fact that this plenary assembly will be coinciding with the International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women, which will be commemorated on this 25th of November 2023. I am pleased to share that my government adopts a zero-tolerance approach with respect to all forms of gender-based violence. In this respect, the theme of this plenary assembly also resonates with the protection of women, since it is well known that climate disasters, as has been stated earlier, tend to aggravate the circumstances and vulnerabilities of women who may lose shelter, their possessions, or even their employment pursuant to extreme weather events around the world. Without doubt, there is no place for violence against women in the 21st century, and it is positive to note that this August Assembly will add further momentum to the elimination of violence against women in Southern Africa and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I wish to reiterate that the theme of the 54th Plenary Assembly challenges all of us to rise to the occasion and demonstrate our commitment to the well-being of our people and the sustainable development of our region. It calls upon us to be proactive and forward-thinking in our legislative efforts, putting disaster risk reduction and recovery planning at the very heart of our parliamentary agendas. By working together collaboratively, parliaments can make a significant difference and contribute to the creation of a more resilient, prosperous, and sustainable SADC region. I have now the honor to declare the 54th Plenary Assembly session of the SADC Parliamentary Forum officially open and wish you all fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Prime Minister, for your inspiring speech, contextualized on the theme of this conference, and especially for the words of conviction which you have always uttered, you have always forcefully so said about gender equality and the protection of women. Your distinguished presence today in itself demonstrate your commitment to the ideals of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and your belief, your conviction in regional cooperation and the importance you attach to the role of parliamentary diplomacy in the advancement of the regions of the SADC countries. I thank you once again. Now I'm pleased to call upon the Honorable Carolina Sequeira, Speaker of the National Assembly of Angola, and our host for the 55th Plenary Assembly session.
Bom dia a todos, good morning, bonjour. Sua Excelência Pravid Kumar Gruznov, Primeiro-Ministro da República das Maurícias, Excelência Sr. Roger Mancienne, Presidente do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, Excelência Sr. Ful Kier, Speaker da Assembleia Nacional das Ilhas Maurícias e convidado de honra da 54ª Assembleia Plenária do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, distintos parlamentares dos Estados-membros do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, Senhora Secretária-Geral do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, Senhora Presidente do Caucus das Mulheres da região africana, distintos membros do corpo diplomático, estimados membros do governo, caros representantes dos Estados observadores do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC e demais organizações observadoras aqui presentes, senhores deputados e senhoras deputadas, distintos convidados. A partir desta magna sala, saudamos a eleição da doutora Tulia Ackson, Presidente da Assembleia Nacional da Tanzânia, para Presidente da União Interparlamentar da sua Assembleia, que teve lugar recentemente em Luanda, de 23 a 27 do mês de outubro. A eleição da senhora Tulia Ackson na 147ª Assembleia da UIP, representa o reconhecimento e a resiliência da mulher africana e a importância da diplomacia parlamentar do Fórum Parlamentar da nossa região, a SADC, e constitui principalmente uma homenagem a todas as mulheres que nos parlamentos dos nossos países têm sabido defender a paz, a justiça e o desenvolvimento, assim como a igualdade e a defesa dos direitos das mulheres. Eu gostaria de reforçar o que foi dito por Sua Excelência, o Primeiro-Ministro das Ilhas Maurícias, que as mulheres são as guardiãs da paz, são as defensoras intransigentes da igualdade, da justiça, da inclusão, e sem as mulheres o mundo não seria tão feliz. Nós pensamos que as mulheres têm um papel importante e decisivo no desenvolvimento dos nossos países, na democracia das nossas sociedades, e apelo a todas as mulheres parlamentares, a todas as mulheres nos órgãos de decisão, a todas as cidadãs, a todas as jovens, que façamos da jornada contra a discriminação da mulher, que inicia no dia 25 deste mês, uma plataforma de unidade, para que as nossas vozes sejam ouvidas contra a violência em relação às mulheres, às crianças e às populações mais vulneráveis. Gostaria de fazer uma referência muito especial às mulheres vítimas dos conflitos armados, que infelizmente na nossa região ainda conhecem, no leste da República Democrática do Congo e no norte de Moçambique, situações difíceis e de grandes desafios. Depois destas palavras, queiram todos receber as saudações da delegação de Angola e de mim própria, aqui presentes nesta importante Assembleia do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, e gostaria de agradecer de forma particular às autoridades das Ilhas Maurícias pela franca hospitalidade que nos brindou desde a nossa chegada neste maravilhoso país de belezas paradisíacas, consideradas uma das maravilhas mais surpreendentes do Índico e do continente africano. Também gostaria de saudar os esforços e o empenho que o governo das Ilhas Maurícias tem vindo a desenvolver para que a democracia seja uma realidade neste país e para que a alternância política seja regular e os desafios para o progresso social, para o desenvolvimento sustentável e, particularmente, a forma resiliente e corajosa com que têm enfrentado os problemas causados pelos desastres naturais que são comuns em países como as Ilhas Maurícias, que têm o estatuto insular. O tema da 54ª Assembleia Plenária, além da atual, leva-nos a refletir sobre o papel dos parlamentos na busca de soluções para o progresso social e bem-estar dos nossos respectivos países, porque para cuidar da humanidade temos de preservar a natureza e colocá-la no centro das nossas decisões políticas e das nossas agendas legislativas. As preocupações que os temas políticos, da economia e dos orçamentos impelem-nos a abordar a importância que o ambiente tem para o desenvolvimento econômico e social dos nossos países. Ilustres senhoras, ilustres senhores, recordamos que na sua criação, na Cimeira da SADC, de 8 de setembro de 1997, enquanto plataforma de cooperação e de integração regional, o Fórum Parlamentar da SADC teve, dentre os seus objetivos principais, o de promover a paz, a segurança, a estabilidade e o desenvolvimento sustentável dos países que o integram, cujo alcance tem como pedra basilar a garantia da existência de um meio ambiente ecologicamente equilibrado, qual direito humano fundamental e critério de aferição da paz e da segurança internacionais e também a preocupação da segurança alimentar e nutricional, que tem tido um lugar centrado na agenda internacional. O desenvolvimento não se consolida sem segurança e não pode haver segurança onde os seres humanos não possuem alimentos suficientes, água potável, saneamento básico, terras aráveis que lhes permitam sobreviver sem que tenham de abandonar os seus lares, cenário cada vez mais frequente nos dias de hoje devido ao impacto das alterações climáticas e das calamidades naturais, da seca, da desertificação e escassez de recursos hídricos que geram crises migratórias e muitas vezes potenciam conflitos entre os Estados e os povos. Com efeito, precisamos urgentemente de materializar os compromissos assumidos para com a proteção do meio ambiente, com a relevância que o direito internacional lhe atribui, como um bem coletivo, património de toda a humanidade e responsabilidade de cada um de nós. Uma responsabilidade que é transversal e exige uma colaboração eficaz de toda a comunidade internacional, pois resulta de normas imperativas de direito internacional público e humanitário, tão necessários nos dias de hoje e vinculativas a todos os Estados-membros. Agradeço-vos vivamente a oportunidade da palavra que me concedem nesta Assembleia, que me permite partilhar convosco, embora de forma breve, algumas reflexões, porque, enquanto parlamentares, é tempo de olharmos à nossa volta, ouvirmos a mensagem que a natureza nos está a transmitir e fazermos mais e melhor para a autopreservação da vida e do ecossistema. Gostaria de aproveitar a oportunidade para chamar a vossa atenção sobre 3 princípios que eu considero fundamentais para a sobrevivência humana. Em primeiro lugar, o princípio da solidariedade, palavra muitas vezes esquecida ou usada como um mero substantivo, sem que produza na prática a mudança de atitude de quem mais contribui, como o maior poluidor para as alterações climáticas que mais penalizam quem menos polui, as pessoas economicamente menos favorecidas. Solidariedade que significa também pôr em ação instrumentos eficientes capazes de unir a luta contra a degradação ambiental e contra a pobreza, como, por exemplo, desenvolvimento e transferência de tecnologias apropriadas capazes de usar do melhor modo recursos humanos, naturais e socioeconómicos mais acessíveis a nível local, de forma a garantir uma sustentabilidade inclusiva a longo prazo. Em segundo lugar, o princípio da justiça. Numa altura em que se fala sobre as causas e consequências do endividamento dos países africanos, devemos recordar-nos da existência de uma dívida ecológica dos países desenvolvidos para com os menos desenvolvidos, onde os primeiros têm o dever de contribuir e cooperar para resolver esta dívida, limitando significativamente o consumo de energia não renovável e fornecendo recursos para que os países mais necessitados a desenvolvam e consumam de forma equitativa. Nos nossos países encontram-se algumas das reservas naturais mais importantes da Terra. E, entretanto, continuamos a alimentar o progresso dos países mais ricos à custa da deterioração do nosso ambiente, com um impacto devastador sobre a qualidade de vida dos nossos povos. Infelizmente, o crescimento do mundo nos últimos 2 séculos não significou em todos os seus aspectos um verdadeiro progresso integral e holístico. Já foram ultrapassados certos limites de exploração do planeta, sem que os países tenham resolvido o problema da pobreza, e milhões de nossos povos africanos vivem ainda uma situação de miséria e de vulnerabilidade muito preocupantes. A poluição e o aquecimento global resultantes do enorme consumo de alguns países ricos, têm tido repercussões nos lugares mais pobres do nosso planeta, especialmente no nosso continente, provocando conflitos, a migração em massa de quadros necessários ao desenvolvimento dos nossos países, a violência e exploração do género, tendo a pobreza o nome das mulheres, porque é crescente a feminização da pobreza nos nossos países, a seca e a desertificação, a fome, a desintegração familiar e outras gritantes violações dos direitos humanos e dos povos. Devemos procurar intensificar a cooperação com os países desenvolvidos para mitigar o impacto das alterações climáticas e dos seus efeitos nos países mais pobres, como eu já referi. Não esquecendo os países insulares que enfrentam dificuldades específicas, como o isolamento geográfico e as suas consequências estruturais no impacto direto das alterações climáticas resultantes de tsunamis, terremotos, cheias e outras calamidades naturais. Por último, apelar à vossa reflexão conjunta e comum sobre o princípio da cooperação entre os países da nossa região, que requer o comprometimento de todas as partes em causa na adoção de medidas legislativas integradas que previnam as calamidades resultantes das alterações climáticas e mitiguem o impacto dos desastres e contribuam para a recuperação da região e o desenvolvimento duradouro. Senhoras e senhores, o ambiente não conhece fronteiras. As alterações climáticas e as suas consequências também não. Por essa razão, é imperativo que os Estados-membros da SADC sejam capazes de cooperar para, em respeito à soberania de cada um, a aprovação de legislação que alcance o desiderato comum de recuperação ambiental, prevenção de calamidades e de preservação da espécie humana, tendo os parlamentos como guardiãos das balizas jurídicas do processo e fiscalizadores da implementação dos instrumentos nacionais e supra-estaduais pelos respectivos governos. Que sejamos perspicazes na tomada de decisões a nível legislativo neste sentido e reafirmo que Angola vai continuar fortemente empenhada em promover a aprovação de legislação que materializa a conservação integrada e harmoniosa do meio ambiente dos países da região e de programas que mitiguem o risco de calamidades resultantes das alterações climáticas, bem como o agravamento das medidas de responsabilidade e responsabilização criminal e civil daqueles que, no afã do lucro fácil, violarem as normas vigentes de proteção ambiental e contra a natureza, o ecossistema, a nossa flora e a nossa fauna. Excelências, finalmente, tenho a elevada honra de convidar os ilustres deputados a nos encontrarmos no próximo ano em Luanda, na 55ª Assembleia do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC. E fica a nossa garantia que vamos, mais uma vez, dar prova da generosidade e a genuína hospitalidade que é característica dos angolanos. Bienvenue a Luanda. Welcome to Luanda. Bem-vindos a Luanda em 2024. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And thank you once again for having been a wonderful host for the IPU Assembly you held recently in your country in October last. And thank you for inviting us again. I'm sure nobody would like to miss again to enjoy the Angolan hospitality. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have now come at the end of this official ceremony. And now I invite the Honorable Prime Minister, accompanied by the President of the SADC-PF and the host speaker, Honorable Surjdev Fokir, GCSK, GOSK, to move towards the banner for a group photo with the speakers and heads of delegation. May I also call upon the Honorable Mrs. Sabrina Joan Toul to join the group photo in her capacity as Vice President of the SADC. We will now proceed for refreshment, and I now invite the Honorable Prime Minister and the procession to leave to move toward the receptorium.
Good afternoon, honorable speakers, honorable members. May we kindly take our seat? We meet this afternoon Thank you very much. Good afternoon, honorable members. Through you, Honorable Vice President and the Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for convening over the symposia. A symposia is quite important in the operations of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, as this is an opportunity for us to ventilate and be able to share experiences over the theme that has been chosen at a particular time. This theme was actually mooted and submitted by the host parliament, and it reads the role of parliaments in promoting coordination for enhanced disaster risk reduction and recovery planning in the SADC region. Our program should end at best by 17 hours for us to then transition to the next session, where we'll be getting input from our member parliaments on the strategic plan that should commence on the 1st of January 2024. At this point, honorable members, allow me to invite the President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, Honorable Roger Masieng, President of the SADC PF and Speaker of the National Assembly, to give us a keynote on this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary General. The Honorable Vice Prime Minister of Mauritius, Speaker of the National Assembly of Mauritius, resource persons, if I may address you collectively, colleagues, speakers, members of SADC PF, delegates, guests, good afternoon, and I'm happy to have the occasion to say a few words to set this symposium going. I will be brief in deference to the subject that is before us. The subject of this symposium is one that I hold in great importance. As I said in my remarks this morning, it touches on a fundamental issue that will continue to preoccupy us as SADC PF, as it does other organizations, governments, and a number of scientific organizations, of course. We are here to consider it through the angle slightly different than we have before, which is the angle of disaster risk reduction and recovery planning within the Southern African Development Community region. This discussion, I think, will demonstrate our shared commitment to building resilient societies and economies that can withstand and recover from the ever-increasing challenges posed by natural disasters. As legislators, our duty necessitates, first of all, an understanding of these climate phenomena and of our own environment. We need to be aware of our vulnerabilities. We need to know how and who and where weather events will strike. Actually, it is essentially about preparedness. As budget allocators, overseers of government activities, but most importantly, as representatives of our constituencies, we hold the key to channeling resources where they are needed to ensure the implementation of disaster risk reduction strategies and swift recovery plans. Moreover, as representatives of our people, we are the voices that echo the concerns and aspirations of the people directly affected by these events. It is really our collective duty to ensure that the parliaments of the SADC region actively engage in promoting coordination for disaster risk reduction and recovery planning. We all know the frequency of natural disasters more and more necessitates that we gear up all our preparedness and all our plans, and that includes our legislative approach. We must be speedy in allocating resources to policies that will ensure our preparedness for such events. So we are here to engage in substantive discussions grounded in the knowledge that we have acquired, the experiences that we have had, and our best analysis of what may come. These should be discussions that lead to actionable outcomes that can fortify our collective response. Once again, we will have the contribution of experts in this field. What they share with us will enhance our knowledge and understanding of the issue and its challenges. It remains for us to interact with them so that we strengthen our role in promoting coordination for disaster risk reduction. I think we can bring forth our own expertise, our own experiences, and our own understanding of our particular situations and therefore thereby use the power that we have as legislators to shape the destiny of our region and ensure a more resilient future. I look forward to enlightening discussions and fruitful collaborations that will undoubtedly emerge from this symposium. As I've said, this is an issue of critical importance because in my mind, all our other endeavors, whether it is to enhance governance, democracy, to ensure social justice, to ensure rights of all our citizens, what is the point if we destroy our planet at the same time? In other words, the person who is affected by these disastrous weather events will have priorities related to these events and will forget all about other priorities. So we have to ensure that we are on the right track on this one. I thank you all for your kind attention. I look forward to a productive and enriching session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable President. Those were instructive issues that you have put before us. The session chair for this afternoon, honorable members, will be the Honorable Mohamed Anwar Hansoon, the Vice Prime Minister, Minister of Local Government and Disaster Risk Management of the Republic of Mauritius. You are kindly invited to address us, sir.
Honorable Roger Mancienne, President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum and Speaker of the National Assembly of Seychelles. Honorable Surujdev Fokir, GOSK Speaker of the Mauritius National Assembly. Honorable Speakers, Honorable Parliamentarian, Chairperson of the Roderick Regional Assembly, participant, all protocol observed, good afternoon. The SADC region is facing numerous weather events, which are increasingly severe and hazardous, resulting in unprecedented casualty counts and economic shocks. The rise in sea level, flash flood, heat waves, drought, and intense cyclone are a direct consequence of climate change and global warming. Earlier this year, Cyclone Freddy, which was one of the longest-living cyclones in history, created havoc in Madagascar, Mozambique, and Malawi with severe infrastructural damage and loss of lives. This kind of weather, just like Cyclone Idai in 2019, will be more frequent in the years to come. What we have to discuss is, are we, the countries in the SADC region, are we well prepared and ready to face these calamities, which, let's face it, is going to occur almost every year now, be it in different form, because it means cyclone, drought, flash flood, heat wave, or whatever, but we are going to face it each and every year. Next, what can we do to mitigate the effect of the severe adverse weather condition? What is our role as parliamentarians on this issue? And how can we advance the agenda of disaster risk reduction? Also, how can we, as members of the SADC region, improve regional cooperation to manage and address these calamities? Ladies and gentlemen, several countries have already subscribed to the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015 to 2030, which focus on providing a new approach to disaster management. The Sendai Framework, inter alia, aims to reduce the global disaster mortality rate, mitigate economic loss that affect global gross domestic product, and ensures that countries are equipped with local and national risk reduction strategies. While disaster risk reduction and preparedness plans are implemented by the executive, Parliament, and obviously parliamentarian, plays a crucial role in disaster risk reduction through various means. Firstly, we as parliamentarian, we create, review, and enact laws related to disaster risk reduction, including building codes, land use planning, environmental regulation, and obviously funding for disaster preparedness and response. Ladies and gentlemen, I won't be long because we have a lot of speakers and we have a lot of countries to contribute to this debate. On an ending note, parliamentarian plays a very important role in disaster risk reduction initiative and must ensure that adequate measures are taken for preparedness, response during the calamity, and recovery and resilience building effort. They contribute to the development of national policies and framework for disaster risk reduction and needs to ensure that the strategies are comprehensive and effective. Well, I thank you very much for your attention. I'll just take my seat because now we are going to have 3 presentations by the resource person. Firstly, I would call the officer of the Meteorological Service, the representative of the Mauritius Meteorological Service, to make a representation on different action being undertaken by the Mauritius Meteorological Service. Mr. Bunyadi is the acting director of the Mauritius Meteorological Service. He has served the SADC Secretariat as Senior Program Officer for Meteorology, heading the meteorological sector and coordinating the SADC Climate Service Center. He has also worked as a National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Center in Mauritius. Dr. Bunyadi has over 23 years of experience in climatology, operational meteorology, marine meteorology, and agro-meteorology as a Mauritius Meteorological Services. and is very much involved in the activities of the World Meteorological Organization and the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. Mr. Bunyari, please.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to you all. Honorable Asnu, Dr. Asnu, the Vice Prime Minister of Mauritius and the Minister for Disaster Risk Reduction, parliamentaries, speakers, dignitaries, all protocol observed, good afternoon to you all once again. So I'm just going to briefly mention on what the Meteorological Services is doing currently in Mauritius. So the outline of the presentation will be mainly to show the disasters caused by hazards, and then we'll look at the initiatives, the context of Mauritius, which is a small island state, the challenges and the best practices. So this picture is something that we got from the one of the, which we call carbon net. So it is a study that gives you the impact of all the hazards in the region, especially over the continent. So it is basically talking about the number of people that have been affected. So far, since January 2023 up to October, we find that about 34 million people have been affected with disasters, out of which 15,700 have lost their life, unfortunately. So the orange or amber, which you're seeing, is more about drought, and the next is about wildfire, which is red. In yellow is about storms, and in blue is about flooding. So if you see far to the right-hand side, you'll see a small island, and this is Mauritius. So we are affected by floods as well, storms. So the brief about Mauritius, I would say that since 1950s, we have made studies, and we find that the temperature of Mauritius is rising by about 1.15 degrees Celsius. And there is a decrease in the rainfall. This is about decade of 42 millimeter. It all depends on which decade you're comparing. And if you take the data since the past 70 years, you'll find that there's a decrease, and you put a trend line there, you find that there's a decrease of about 260 millimeters of rainfall over the past 70 years. At the same time, we find that the sea level rise is increasing by about 3 to 4 millimeters per year. And all these are creating changes in the rainfall pattern that we're observing, as well as the temperature over Mauritius. And based on that, we see with the changing climate, we find that there is an increase in the frequency of extremes. For instance, during the last year, we observed 6 to 8 tropical cyclones that formed, and which were of intensity higher than category 5, indicating that cyclonic conditions near the center. And this month, on 7th of November, we recorded extreme rainfall in the southern part of the island with about 330 millimeters in a day, which may be one of the records since our observation. So these are a little bit history of what happened during Batsirai. We were affected by Batsirai, and on your left-hand side, you see the rainfall amount. In the middle, the gusts that we recorded at the various stations, and at the bottom, you can see the radar image. This is about Batsirai, and this is Emnati, and this is a famous Freddy, which you can see on the far left-hand or right-hand side. You see it is just north of Rodrigues, and the picture in the middle is showing you it is over or north of Mauritius. And luckily, it passed quite far from Mauritius, and we had no casualties. We didn't experience the damage that Honorable Vice Prime Minister mentioned about Madagascar, Mozambique, and Malawi. And this one shows you the pictures, the radar images of Freddy as it was crossing Mauritius. This picture shows you about something that we call the storm surge model that we are running in Mauritius Meteorological Services. It is the first of its kind. And that shows you on the top images, it shows you about the waves and the potential storm surges that we could forecast, and eventually it happened. And you can see the images at the bottom, the impact, especially over the coastal region. We had storm surges that we say. So this is the event, rainfall event at the extreme that we recorded, and you see in the southern part, the red part indicating an ISOYET of 350.4 millimeters of rainfall. This is very extreme that we have never observed earlier. And this is a radar image once again. Well, what is important for us to note is that weather and climate extremes are becoming a new norm, that we have to get used to it and be prepared, because at any time we can have these extremes. For instance, we never expected the amount of rainfall to be about more than 300 or 200 millimeters on the 7th of November. We didn't, even the models couldn't forecast it. So we have to be careful and be prepared of this kind of situation. So it will not be a surprise for us. It shouldn't be a surprise for us. And at the same time, we see that the global warming is continuing, that is leading to climate change. Why is this happening? Well, the plausible explanation is the human-induced greenhouse gas emission that is continuing to increase and warming our Earth. So there has been several studies. You can see, you can read it there. Warming temperatures, heat waves that fuel the wildfire, disrupt the marine ecosystem. What the message here is, you be at the top of the mountain or deep down the ocean, the impact is there. You can feel it everywhere. The increasing sea level rise, the new tipping points that experts are worried about is what is happening, what is going to happen. Are the tipping points nearing that we are expecting 1930s, 40s to come? Is it happening now? So these are the questions that are important. Even the World Economic Forum indicated that the challenge will be the failure to mitigate climate change, failure for climate change adaptation, and natural disasters that represent the highest risk in global economy in the next 10 years. So one thing is important to remember here is that whenever we have been growing around, picking fruits all around our yard and everything, and you can see that those fruits which are low-hanging is easy for you to get it without much effort. So there has been statements from the World Meteorological Organization and studies on socioeconomic benefit of climate and weather services, which mention that $1 invested in surface-based observation and improving your early warning system lead to a benefit of about $25. So this is a study that has already been proved. And this one is just some of the major initiatives in the meteorology sector. We take it from global, regional, and national. So at national level, we have the S-band radar that has been installed since 2019. It was a co-funded project from a grant aid from the government of Japan and government of Mauritius. Now we have a technical cooperation between JICA and Mauritius to ensure that we have a better observation, improving our weather forecasting and warning capabilities. We have also reviewed, based on what we have observed on ground, we have reviewed our warning system, and now we're operating under the regulations under the MMS Act. We have also increase the number of automatic weather stations. Why is it important? Because it is near real-time observation. Anytime on your screen, you can see the amount of rainfall that is being recorded. And at the same time, Mauritius has signed the Minamata Convention on Mercury and ratified as well. So if we are shifting the conventional mercury-based instruments to automatic, it means that you are to some extent meeting the requirement of the Minamata Convention on Mercury. And of course, our aim, the MMS, some of the best practices I would like to share with you is to improve the resilience. It is important. Timely information and better service delivery. At the same time, you enhance the observation, which is very important. If you don't have a better observation, you won't be able to feed it in your analysis, and of course, your forecast will not come out to be good. So what we are doing, we are ensuring a constant capacity building of the staff, frequent reviewing of the early warning system, and at the same time, ensuring a timely dissemination of our information to media and stakeholders. We work very closely with the Disaster Management Office in Mauritius, as well as a land drainage authority. At the same time, we also work together with service providers, telephone service providers, where we send them forecasts for free days, 3 times a day. So we give them a forecast. So the way forward for Mauritius Meteorological Services is to continue enhancing the observation, upgrading our infrastructure, and also our modeling capabilities. This is just to give you an indication of what early warning system we're using and improvement that have been brought. So this is a warning system that we have been using for cyclone, and it is operational since and worked well since the 1960s. And as you can see, we're also using a color code, flags, for instance. If you have a flag, 1 flag, it is class 1, 2 flag, class 2, 3 flags, class 3. This is where you get cyclonic condition. You are not allowed to go out. And if we experience a cyclonic condition, still 3 flags, because you're not allowed to go out. So you won't be able to go and change the 4th flag. That's why we left it with a 3 flag, and the blue flag indicating termination. So we have made certain improvement because there has been new, when we lift cyclone warning, there has been people going out exposed to these type of hazards. So what we have done, we have introduced a safety bulletin. So the safety bulletin, firstly, it is going to inform the public that, okay, there is no cyclone, no cyclonic winds, but you do have other hazards, because cyclone will come with heavy rainfall, flood, fallen trees, electric wires, sea state to be rough. So all these have to be captured there. So we rely on all those information that we are going to get from the National Crisis Committee, National Emergency Operations Command, and we work very closely with them. And then we assess the situation, how it is, and at the end, we terminate the warning, indicating that most of the hazards have been cleared, and we can allow people to go out. So this is a new approach that we have brought. At the same time, we have So we have improved the warning system for the heavy rainfall. Initially, it was just indicating people that there is a heavy rainfall. Now we have come a 3-tier approach where we inform people that, okay, there is a watch, informing them that, okay, there is a possibility of rainfall. Then we have the warning and the torrential rain indicating significant rainfall. We also issue heavy swell warning, where especially people in the coastal region have to be informed about that, as well as users of ships and boats around Mauritius. And we have also improved our warning on the strong wind, because strong wind, normally these winds affect those people who are working at a certain level of height, so we have to inform these people as well. So these are some of the major improvement that we have brought at the Mauritius Meteorological Services to meet the requirement of disaster management office, and at the same time, the public, and we are continuously improving. So I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Mr. Bunyadi. I will now invite Mr. Hossain from the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change to present the work being undertaken by the Environment and Climate Change Division.
Thank you. Dr. Anwar Usnu, Vice Prime Minister, Minister of Local Government and Disaster Risk Management, Mr. Fouki, Speaker of the Mauritius Assembly, distinguished guests, thank you. So I'm Mr. Hossain from Department of Climate Change, Ministry of Environment. So I will be sharing with you the experience of Mauritius in addressing this issue of climate change. You know, there is an overlap. Climate change is a driver of disaster risk. My colleague, Dr. Bunyadi, highlighted the vulnerabilities, how Mauritius is exposed to different types of potential natural disasters. So in terms of climate change, from the perspective of parliamentarians, what is Mauritius doing? So I will be sharing some of our initiatives. First role for parliamentarians in dealing with climate change is to ensure adherence and compliance to MEAs. So Mauritius, for example, has signed and ratified disaster-related MEAs, multilateral environmental agreement. My colleague, Mr. Sukaria, later will speak about the Sendai framework. You have the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement. So it is very important to understand as parliamentarians these MEAs, how they are important, what are the commitments that has been taken by the parties, the countries, and how these are domesticated into our local legislation and how we deal with these issues that are so important for, like for example, in the case of my country, which is a small island developing state. Like for example, moving from the Kyoto Protocol to the Paris Agreement, under the Kyoto Protocol, only industrialized countries had commitment to reduce their greenhouse gases emission, whereas under the Paris Agreement, all countries. It is based on the principles of common but differentiated responsibility. So it's good to know to which MEAs countries have signed and ratified, and what are the implications. So with respect to the Paris Agreement, the commitment that countries take vis-à-vis the protocol, the agreement, it is called the nationally determined contribution. In the case of Mauritius, in terms of mitigation, that is measures that we'll be taking to reduce our greenhouse gases emission. These are the key sectors, the most emitting sectors for Mauritius: energy, electricity production, transport, industry, agriculture, waste, land use, and forestry. If we want to avoid future impacts in terms of disaster, so it's good that we also, as a small island developing state, we should be engaged in reducing our emission. Because if we don't curb emission, it means that in the future, we'll be suffering from the impacts. Nevertheless, adaptation remains our priority as a small island developing states. So key impacted sectors in Mauritius include water, which is one of the serious problems, as water becomes scarce due to the adverse impacts of climate change, agriculture, tourism, fisheries, infrastructure, coastal zone, biodiversity, and health. All of our key documents in terms of our NDC and NDC action plans, they are on our website. Due to time constraint, I'm not going to the detail, but these are the key mitigation and adaptation sectors for the Republic of Mauritius. And as our commitment to the UNFCCC, so Mauritius has committed to reduce its greenhouse gas emission by 40% by 2030. And there are other key issues that we consider as cross-cutting. It includes disaster risk reduction, gender, and education, meaning that these three issues, disaster risk reduction, gender, and education, they cut across the mitigation and adaptation sectors. Like, for example, if we look at fisheries or blue economy, agriculture, we should mainstream disaster risk reduction, issues concerning gender and climate education within all of these sectors. They should not be addressed in isolation. How, as a small island developing state, how do we plan to achieve this 40% greenhouse gas emission reduction? These are a bit the key strategies, key action that would be undertaken by Mauritius. That is 60% of green energy in our energy mix. The phase out for the use of coal in our electricity generation. Achieve 10% energy efficiency by 2030. We have only one landfill in Mauritius. We want to divert 70% of waste that goes to that landfill. And then we want to increase our sink capacity in terms of absorbing greenhouse gases from the environment. These are a bit the strategies for Mauritius in achieving this mitigation target and also our adaptation target. So I'm not going to list them all. Those slides will be shared with you. So these are our key strategies. The main one I want to highlight is the land drainage master plan. So we have mapped our flood-prone areas, and we want to deal with this issue of flooding. Dr. Bunyadi mentioned that flooding is one of the key potential disasters with which Mauritius is faced. And then we have also a roadmap for circular economy, because we want to be efficient in the way we use our natural resources. So disaster risk reduction, climate change adaptation, and sustainable development, they are all linked, and we should have a strategy to coherently and holistically address these key issues of development. This is a quote from the Sendai framework that concerns parliamentarians. It is important to encourage parliamentarians to support the implementation of disaster risk reduction by developing new or amending relevant legislation. Later, I'll come back to this issue of setting budget allocation, but let's concentrate on relevant legislation. So it is important, this is one very important aspect of addressing disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation. We should have in place the relevant and appropriate legislation. So I just want to share with you what is Mauritius doing in terms of setting the right legislation. There is a sequel of different types of law that have been implemented during these 4 to 5 years. First of all, we have the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act, the Land Drainage Authority Act. The Land Drainage Authority, it is a main body in Mauritius which address issues of drainage network and by extension address potential flooding. The Local Government Act has been amended in 2018. Now there are provisions like, for example, to pull down illegal construction on waterways. This also goes towards enhancing our resilience, reducing the vulnerability of people that are exposed to potential disasters, including flooding. We had also the Mauritius Meteorological Services Act in 2019 and the Climate Change Act in 2020. So there is like a coherence in terms of gradually putting in place appropriate legislation from 2016, and it ended up with the Climate Change Act, which is a main act governing climate change in Mauritius. So before going to implementation of the NDC, in terms of the Climate Change Act, it recommends the creation of a Department of Environment. It also recommends an interministerial council, which is chaired by the Prime Minister, and a Climate Change Committee. So the Climate Change Act, it sets the institutional arrangement. It is a legal framework. So now government, in terms of Climate Change Act, can use this piece of legislation to act in terms of both mitigation and adaptation. So now with respect to the nationally determined contribution for Mauritius, finance is a key element. Finance is a key element also for disaster risk reduction, but in terms of climate change, so what have we committed to the UNFCCC? For us to be able to fulfill our commitment, we will require something like, this is a rough estimation, something like 6.5 billion USD. 4.5 billion for adaptation and 2 billion for mitigation. But out of this amount, Mauritius has committed to 35% unconditional commitment, meaning what Mauritius will be implementing through government investment and private sector investment. This 2.3 billion USD, we arrived at this figure based on past expenditure on climate change, both in terms of mitigation and adaptation. So we'll need to mobilize 4.2 billion USD, meaning 65%, which is termed as the conditional commitment, meaning that this 65%, Mauritius will be implementing it subject to funding being made available by the international community. So this is a slide that highlighted the Climate Change Act. These are the key issues that are addressed in the Climate Change Act. So as key takeaways, so first of all, as parliamentarians, you should ensure adherence and compliance to MEAs. So understand, try to know to which MEAs your country is party to, which MEAs have been signed and ratified. This is where a parliamentarian has a key role to play in coming up with new legislation, but also during the time of prior to ratification. So where there is a bill or something which is brought in Parliament. Second, know about the strategy that are in place in your country in terms of disaster risk reduction, in terms of your NDC, in terms of the commitment that have been taken by your country. Have those things that you have committed to be domesticated in your local legislation. Develop, if need be, new or amend existing relevant legislation, and then make provision for budget allocation, and then very importantly, track implementation to ensure compliance with those commitments that have been taken by your countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hossain. Our third resource person is Mr. Sukaria. Mr. Sukaria is currently the second in charge of the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Center, falling under the purview of my ministry, that is the local government and disaster risk management. Mr. Sukaria has been exposed to disaster risk reduction regionally and internationally, and is actively involved with a number of organizations working in transforming words into action, as advocated by the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. Mr. Sukaria, please.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. the Honorable Anwar Hashnu, Vice Prime Minister and Minister of Local Government and Disaster Risk Management. Honorable Speaker of the Mauritius National Assembly, Mr. Fakir, Honorable Parliamentarians from the SADC community. So it's a pleasure for us to be here to share with you the Mauritian experience in different fields. I will cover the one on disaster risk reduction and management. So there is a technical problem. I'm sure it will be sorted out. So in the meantime, the place where we are, actually, we are in the capital city of Port Louis. 10 years back, in 2013, on the 30th March, on the 30th March, this area, this capital city of Port Louis, experienced unprecedented heavy rainfall on the 30th March 2013. And it's very unfortunate that 11 of our people lost their life in this city. Just to share with you the trauma we as a small island developing state have been experiencing. So based upon that event, government took bold decision, which I am going to elaborate upon. So I'm going to cover a bit on the disaster risk reduction and management. It will be an overview. And you will see that on the slide that our logo in itself means that we as a newly institution since 2013, we have the responsibility of protecting the population against natural hazard and man-induced hazard. So my contents for today, I will briefly cover the vulnerability of our country, how disaster risk reduction has evolved since 2013 up to now, mechanism put into place, which of course with the support of the legislators, the parliamentary, have had a key role in making it happen. And then we'll cover a bit on the different components of the mechanism into place, our policy, strategic framework, and action plan. And I will focus more on the key DRM activities that we are currently engaged in. And of course, we will conclude by sharing with you our challenges. So in terms of vulnerability, as mentioned by my previous colleagues, Dr. Bunyadi and Mr. Honseng from the climate change, we are vulnerable to cyclones, flooding, heavy rainfall, strong winds, storm surges, high waves, landslide, rock falls, coastal erosion, tsunamis, slope failures, debris flow, aircraft incidents, accidents, oil spills, mass casualties, hazardous material spill incident, radioactivity to a very less extent, infrastructure failure, wildfire, sugarcane fires, and also in terms of biological hazard, epidemic and pandemic. So these are some of the 21 which I've mentioned, but we have in all 41 hazards that has been repertoried and we have to deal with. So in terms of the evolution of our disaster management in Mauritius, just to summarize, previously we had ad hoc arrangement. That is, it's only when the emergency has already occurred that we institutions is going to react. And of course, the first responders would be the first on spot. But now we have put into place a system, a mechanism, an architecture where there is that element of preparedness, which is well anchored, prevention, which is well anchored, and then, of course, we will do all these for better responding and, of course, alleviating those which are vulnerable. So in a brief, we have now, if you will see on the slide, on 2013, we had the center, the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Center was put into place. And then in 2015, we had a policy document, which is called the National Disaster Scheme, which elaborates who should do what before, during, and after these events, a number of events which I'm going to elaborate later. And then, of course, we had our act in 2016, and then in 2020, we had our policy, strategic framework, and action plan. So this is a 1-minute video which summarizes the Sendai framework. So please, I will play it. Yes, can you play it? Click on this video. So this is a Sendai framework, a summary. Put on the sound. Okay, so we've missed out the sound, but at least the message has been conveyed. It's an open source document. You can see it from the internet at a later stage. Thank you. So in terms of our legal framework, with the blessing of our parliament and legislative, we have been, since 2016, we have our National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act, which was proclaimed on the 1st July. So it covers the key components, governance structure within the legal framework. It defines the roles, responsibilities, and legal mandate of the Council, which is chaired by the Honorable Vice Minister, which is present here. We have a National Crisis Committee. The National Crisis Committee, it's a lean form of the Council, which our law has made provision so that it can meet at very short notice and take decision on a timely basis. The National Crisis Committee is again under the chair of the Honorable Vice Prime Minister, who is responsible for disaster risk reduction and management. And during the crisis situation, decisions are taken very quickly and in a timely manner after consultation with this our Honorable Prime Minister. So just to tell you that our mechanism that we have put into place is an all-of-government approach. And of course, our Act make provision for the center and also for disaster response operations, the National Emergency Operation Command, which is at national level, and we have also decentralized disaster risk reduction and management to the local level, at the level of the municipal and district council. So this is also taken care in our legal framework through the LEOC, and also Mauritius as a small island developing state. We have also Rodrigues, which is a sister island, and we have outer islands, St. Brandon and Agadega. And we have to manage all these. And our Act make provision for a mechanism to be put into place so that the government, the Republic of Mauritius, ensure the safety of all its citizens, especially during disasters and emergencies. Our Act also make provision for a setting up of a special unit, the disaster response unit. And also our Act has provision for a declaration of a state of disaster. So this mechanism that we have put into place is not something that we are starting from scratch. No. It's to build up upon what is existent and what is working, and then build up upon that. Next. So in terms of our policy document, policies, legal framework, we have also the National Disaster Scheme, which I mentioned earlier. It covers cyclone, heavy rainfall, torrential rain, landslide, tsunami, high wave, and also earthquake, and also a plan for this capital city in the event of heavy rainfall. We have also now put into place clearly mandate at different levels. At the highest level, the cabinet, the prime minister. At the level of institutions, ministry. At the level of organization, and also down to the local level. Now it's clearly defined in our structure how the reporting line, your mandate, your jurisdictions, all these now is clear. So this is something, an enabling environment for our country to deal with disaster risk reduction in a very effective and efficient manner. The center, where the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Center is a main institution for the Republic of Mauritius for the planning, organizing, coordinating, and monitoring of the disaster risk reduction and management activities. And it is then guided by the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction and also for the SDGs. We have our vision and mission. So our vision is a safe, adaptive, and resilient nation. And the mission, it's very important, is to proactively reduce disaster impacts to the lowest possible level with available. I will repeat that, available, because here during emergencies, during response, you have to use what is readily available, and you have to make efficient use of all these. So our mission is to use what is available, local and also external resources. Our core values is commitment, coordination, because coordination is key, is essential. Innovation, I will show you in what investment we are making for early warning, alerting, use of innovative ICT, partnership, shared responsibility, and timeliness. So these are some of our core values. So our National Council, so this is also a mechanism in place to deal with DRM policy-oriented issues and decision-making. It is again under the chair of the Honorable Vice Prime Minister, and it's met regularly to deal with DRM issues of relevant importance. I will not cover that. You can, this presentation will be available for reference at a later stage. We have also our National Crisis Committee, which is, takes decisive and timely action prior, during, and after an event. And you have got certain powers. It's to safeguard the life of person in danger, including evacuation for person at risk, have the responsibility to supervise disaster response operation of national concern, like the Wakasho incident. We provide, the National Crisis Committee has a responsibility to provide relief assistance and take such other measures as may be appropriate in the circumstances. We have also our National Emergency Operation Command, the NEO. It's a facility providing for direction and coordination of emergency response. It is housed within the center where we are. And we have put into place a very practical way of operation. We have 3 different levels, level 1, level 2, and level 3 activation. The level 1, it's this step where we create that proactiveness. Should there be any issue, we don't wait the situation to deteriorate. So we activate the NEOC. Most of the time at level 1, we keep watch of the situation. Should the situation degenerate, then we escalate our NEOC. We go to level 2 or even to the full scale, level 3 to deal with such a situation. And it is based on the incident command system, which is one of the world-known and best practices across the world. And our NEOC is organized in such a way that we have the different cells, the planning cells, the operations cell, the logistics cell, and also other supporting facilities. We have also internet. We have also invested into satellite communication. Should there be any breakdown of the conventional communication, landline communication, we will continue to operate through internet connectivity. So disaster risk reduction at local level also. There are 7 district council and 5 municipal council. So they are party to the disaster risk reduction now. We have also Rodrigues, our sister island, which is also have a certain level of autonomy, but they have a similar structure like ours. They have a regional disaster risk reduction management center, and as well as a REOC, a emergency operations center. And for our Agadega and St. Brandon, we coordinate with them through the resident manager of Agadega, and for St. Brandon, we do it through the Coast Guard, National Coast Guard, which is based there. Our policy, strategic framework, and National Action Plan 2020 and 2030, we have put it into place now since 2020, and it is aligned with the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. And the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction requires that all member states, by 2020, they should have their DR strategies into place, and we have been complying to that. We have also the commitments, which is in line with the ACT, with the Sendai Framework, with the AU, African Union, for the Program of Action for the implementation of the Sendai Framework within the African continent. We have the Mauritian Vision 2030, the SDGs, the National Determined Criteria, Climate Change Adaptation, the Paris Agreement, and also for the Samoa Pathway. We have also our strategic framework, which identified 41 hazards. We have our National Action Plan, which is the pathway up to 2030. We have 189 actions under 4 thematic areas: governance, risk reduction, warning and alert, and of course, preparedness, response, and recovery. And all these actions need to be implemented by 2030, and so far we have progressed up to roughly 45%. The World Risk Report is good to know where we are. The World Risk Report, it's a reference which shows how are we evolving in our ranking in worldwide. So earlier, since 2013, 2014, we were among the first 20 countries, highest vulnerable, but now the trend is we are slowly but confidently moving away from the high-risk country. But still, we are still vulnerable and we are still at risk. Some of our activities that we do community training. It's called Community Disaster Response Program. It's a national program, and we do it nationally, but targeting local communities. And it is one of our activities which has been mentioned in the midterm review and the high-level meeting in New York by the UN. So recognize this practice as one of the best practice worldwide. We do also simulation exercise to ensure preparedness. Preparedness, how are organized to better respond and to recover back quickly. So we do a lot of simulation exercise at national level and also at local level. Awareness and sensitization, we target the vulnerable areas, ministries, departments, the private sector, women, and also school students, and also, of course, disabled. We do also a lot of emergency planning for vulnerable prone areas, critical facilities like hospital, dams. We do school emergency response plan. We do off-airport, we have developed off-airport plan, buildings with underground facilities, residential care home, where all our, most of our aging population are. We ensure that they are, during emergencies, they are safe. Metro Express, our light rail system, and also for our public and private sector to better deal and build up resilience against heavy rainfall. So we have also, it's good here to mention that the Wakasho event has been an eye-opener for us in terms of maritime incident. And the center, we are, through the council, we are following up the matter very closely, the post-impact. There are lessons learned, there are a lot of measures taken so that we are better prepared for maritime incidents. We have also invested in the National Multi-Hazard Emergency Alert System, which is a system which we are going to send messages before, during, especially emergencies. So this project has took us some time, and it is aligned with the commitment that the UN Secretary General has taken very recently in 2022, so that the engagement that the world population has to be covered by early warning alerts in 5 years' time. That is by 2027, the whole population has to be covered by an early warning. So we, as a small island developing state within the African continent, we are a bit in the forefront, and what we are going to do will be as a lesson for the African continent to replicate in terms of early warning and alert messages. We have also disaster-related statistics, which is very important. If you can't measure, you won't be able to assess how progress you are making. And the Sendai framework has put into place the Sendai Framework Monitor, the SFM, where we have to compute, analyze, collect, and report, do the reporting for all the 7 targets. How are we progressing? And this also, Mauritius, within the African continent, has progressed substantially into that. And also among the initiatives that we are benefiting is through the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, the CDRI, which is an international organization, and it is based in New Delhi. So through this initiative, we are going to benefit from resilient study on our power infrastructure, on our roads network, our also telecom sector, and very showly we are going to benefit from a national workshop, and I'm sure this will be something that will be showcase rather to the SADC member state when it going to be completed. Otherwise, for the midterm review, because the Sendai framework, it's up to 2030, so we have been one among the 75 member states who prepared and submitted our midterm review to the UN, and we were represented there, and we have been able to better assess and understand where we are in terms of the implementation of the Sendai framework and what needs to be done through the UN system for small countries like ours to progress further in the implementation of the Sendai framework. So in terms of the challenges, so I think it's known, it will be common to many of our SADC member states, so I'm not going to cover, and I leave it for any questions. So I will stop here. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Skaya, for this comprehensive presentation. Now we will proceed, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed with a country representation by head of delegation present. I suppose I think we'll start by alphabetical order. Angola, the floor is yours. Angola presentation, please.
Muito boa tarde a todos. Sua Excelência, Sr. Roger Mancienne, Presidente do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, distintos parlamentares dos Estados-membros do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, caros representantes dos Estados observadores do Fórum e demais organizações aqui presentes, senhores deputados, senhoras deputadas, distintos convidados, cabe-nos a todos a ingente tarefa de aprovar os instrumentos legais que promovem o respeito e a proteção do ambiente, a redução do risco de calamidades e para a recuperação ambiental dos países da nossa região. É nossa responsabilidade coletiva promover iniciativas legislativas que garantam a concretização dos objetivos do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC no que a proteção do ambiente e a prevenção das alterações climáticas dizem respeito, bem como fiscalizar a observância das leis, programas e projetos de sustentabilidade ambiental pelos nossos governos dos nossos respectivos países e advogar, junto da comunidade internacional, assistência financeira e técnica aos países africanos para o reforço da sua capacidade de debelar os efeitos das alterações climáticas. Para o alcance desse objetivo, a Assembleia Nacional de Angola aprovou diplomas legais que permitiram a sua inserção nos principais acordos internacionais para a proteção do meio ambiente e combate às alterações climáticas, tais como o Acordo de Paris sobre as alterações climáticas, o Protocolo de Quioto, a Agenda África 2063, a Declaração do Milénio e dos 8 Objetivos de Desenvolvimento do Milénio, a Conferência das Nações Unidas sobre o Meio Ambiente e Desenvolvimento e a Agenda 2030 das Nações Unidas. Aprovou igualmente políticas que foram adotadas pelo Estado angolano para a proteção do ambiente e a mobilidade sustentável, nomeadamente o Plano Nacional de Desenvolvimento, a Política Nacional sobre o Ambiente e a Estratégia Nacional para as Alterações Climáticas. Mas, apesar das medidas de mitigação já implementadas, ainda urge a necessidade de se investir melhor nas tecnologias de observação, previsão do tempo, na estratégia de resposta às alterações climáticas e de recuperação das zonas afetadas. Problema que foi aqui tão sabiamente apresentado pelos meus antecessores que tomaram a palavra e cujos exemplos e práticas vão nos servir de motivação para nós continuarmos a aprovar políticas, programas e elaborar leis que defendam efetivamente, de uma forma holística, o ambiente em todas as suas dimensões. De igual modo, a necessidade de introdução nos sistemas de ensino dos nossos países de uma educação para o ambiente que consciencialize as novas gerações sobre a importância de se apostar na prevenção, na racionalização e no uso de energias não poluentes para a preservação da espécie humana e da cooperação entre os Estados da região para a promoção de um meio ambiente sustentável. Gostaria ainda de referir que, a nível do meu país, estão em curso várias campanhas de promoção de defesa do meio ambiente com o envolvimento das populações locais, em particular os jovens e das instituições públicas, como a plantação de mangais nas margens dos rios para evitar cheias e assoreamento. No âmbito da responsabilidade social, o Parlamento da República de Angola tem vindo a desenvolver a campanha O Meu Planeta, o Meu Parlamento, através de plantação de árvores para sensibilizar as jovens gerações sobre a importância da preservação do meio ambiente, do ecossistema, da fauna e da flora. Distintos parlamentares dos Estados-membros do Fórum Parlamentar da SADC, senhores deputados, senhoras deputadas, distintos convidados, muito obrigada pela vossa atenção.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Now, I would ask the next speaker would be from Botswana. Welcome.
Thank you very much, our Deputy Prime Minister. Let me start by saying I envy Mauritius. I envy your organization because from the reporting so far, and reflecting on my own life, working life since 1973, I know the history of Botswana from then onwards, how we have dealt with emergencies, which have included rainfall, storms, droughts, fire, and of course the one which hit the whole world, the COVID-19, which we had never expected. The only piece of legislation which we could invoke are the emergency powers, which enable us to call Parliament, which was on recess, to come back, to sit and get a response to that disaster. It was the biggest disaster that hit us, COVID. The fires, what we could mobilize. And at the Office of the President, we could mobilize whatever resources we could manage. There is a coordinating body under the Office of the President, and also powers given to get the necessary resources to respond. But obviously, nothing as well planned as where you are now. COVID taught us a lesson that we are far, far from being ready. Especially you can never be ready for an emergency, but planning is obvious, it's necessary. To call the police, to call the armed forces to come and help because there's a flood is one thing. To then run around the country, it's almost like a headless chicken if you're not careful. You start wondering, and the resources will not be enough. So in terms of how we have responded, I hope my colleagues will excuse me. I tend to know only one thing as a lawyer, to tell the truth as I know it. The others may think otherwise. We rely on the Office of the President for management of natural resources, disasters, to respond to disasters. Local government, because they are everywhere in the country, there will be the district commissioners in every district at local government level who are then deployed together with the soldiers, better they can rely on, the police who are always there, and so far we have responded because I suppose God is on our side. We've been fortunate that fires, even this year, I witnessed a raging fire, almost killing my own grazing, near the cattle post. And government had to send trucks of people to go and extinguish the fire from very far away, traveling 100 kilometers to go and put out the fire. And that I didn't think was very efficient, but it was the best we could do. So planning, thank you, Mauritius. I've learned a lot. I hope my colleagues, the members of Parliament, have listened, and we ought really to go back home and see whether we can follow what the other countries have done, Adaya, Freddie, and where are we? Because to be haphazard in planning is not planning at all. Thank you, Mauritius. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Botswana. Before I proceed, I just want to ask the Secretariat, I hope they're taking the notes, that's very important. Now, next, I would invite the representative of Mauritius to take the floor, please.
Thank you, Dr. Osnu, Honorable Vice Prime Minister, Minister of Local Government, Disaster and Risk Management, Honorable Speaker for Mauritius, Honorable Roger Massian, Speaker of Seychelles and President of the SADC PF, Honorable Speakers and Honorable Delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed, good afternoon. The African small island developing states like Mauritius, which are highly vulnerable to natural hazard and disasters, need to have strong governance mechanism and legal framework for effective disaster management. Ladies and gentlemen, in the aftermath of flash floods and other disasters in 2013, the government of Mauritius decided to establish the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Center, the NDRRMC, to improve overall coordination and to better define roles and responsibilities in the event of a disaster. In 2016, the government of Mauritius, after extensive consultations, drafted a disaster risk management bill that was passed into law, becoming the strong legal base that is the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act of 2016. The National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act promotes a proactive, all-hazard, multi-agency approach to disaster risk management that emphasizes building capacity at all levels from the individual to the institutional. Moreover, since 2015, Mauritius has adopted the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015-2030, thus supporting us towards shifting from managing disaster to managing disaster risks. Mauritius is addressing the challenges of the climate change and has invested significantly in both adaptation and mitigation measures despite its limited resources. Some of the key adaptation measures under implementation include, first of all, implementation of the Land Drainage Master Plan to protect people's lives and livelihoods. Secondly, implementation of coastal protection works to protect our beaches and the tourism industry. Third, protection and conservation of both terrestrial and marine ecosystem. And lastly, address issues of food security and water security through smart agriculture. Our voluntary move to engage in the preparation and submission of the midterm review report of the Sendai Framework have been very beneficial as it has shed more light on status on implementation of the Sendai Framework for disaster risk reduction at institutional level, together with steering required for better assessment of the progress made for future reporting, and is a testimony of our commitment to the advancement of disaster risk reduction and management. Ladies and gentlemen, as per the World Risks Report 2022, Mauritius is ranked 107th with the highest disaster risk as compared to 2021, where Mauritius was in the 51st position. This shows that we are indeed progressing in managing disaster risk and our endeavors to make our country safer and more resilient. Nonetheless, we still have a strong role to play in reshaping and avoiding this riskier future and work toward the 4 priorities for action and 7 targets of the Sendai Framework. The government of Mauritius has also introduced a disaster risk management structure at national level, including a robust emergency and crisis management mechanism which operates on the 3-tier system involving the National Crisis Committee, the National Emergency Operations Command, the NEOC, at national level, and the Local Emergency Operations Command at municipal and district council levels. Amongst various projects implemented to strengthen resilience of vulnerable communities, I will highlight on some major DRRM projects that my government is undertaking, namely the Community Disaster Response Program, which aims to train and equip a team of volunteers from vulnerable areas to respond to a crisis situation or imminent disaster, to take life-saving measures pending the arrival of first responders and provide immediate assistance to victims. The training is based on the principle of self-help and mutual help, and it consists of empowering a group of volunteers in a particular vulnerable area to the basic techniques of fire safety, rope handling, first aids, water rescue activities, and other basic techniques applied in an emergency situation. Simulation exercises on flooding, landslide, oil spill, and tsunami are regularly conducted both at national and local levels to maintain the level of preparedness of first responders. Authorities, vulnerable local communities, and the population at large to better respond to disasters. In addition, off-airport crash simulation exercises are also being carried out to test whether we have in place a coordinated preparatory arrangement for the timely response of an aviation emergency within the territorial area of Mauritius, but outside the jurisdiction of the airport operator. Besides sensitization campaigns, which includes talk, video clips, and intervention on media and social media, are ongoing in vulnerable regions and for the general public to keep the public and disaster risk communities informed of the impacts associated with hazard and precautionary measures to be taken thereat. The NDRRMC is also assisting local authorities and other public and private stakeholders in the development of their DRRM contingency plans. Ladies and gentlemen, co-financed with the grant aid from the government of Japan and the government of Mauritius, the S-band Doppler radar installed at Trouosserve became operational in March 2019. Currently, the Japan International Cooperation Agency is providing technical cooperation to enhance meteorological observation, weather forecasting, and warning capabilities. In March 2022, the United Nations Secretary General has come up with the Early Warnings for All initiative, which calls for every person on Earth to be protected by early warning system by 2027. In addition to that, the G20 New Delhi Leaders Declaration in September 2023 has also emphasized the crucial role of disaster risk reduction and underscored the critical importance of disaster risk reduction in bolstering global resilience. We are totally agreeable that early warning systems are essential tools for risk management and disaster preparedness that help save lives and minimize the potential impacts of disasters. Acting before a hazard becomes a disaster helps to build people's resilience and future shocks. Mauritius is coming with a national multi-hazard emergency alert system, the NMHEAS, which represents our commitment to early warning for all initiatives and covers Mauritius, Rodrigues, Agalega, Saint-Brando. The NMHEAS allows the dissemination of warnings and alerts to dedicated target groups and stakeholders within an acceptable time frame through a number of different communication channels. The more so, as part of the Adaptation Fund project, a dedicated refuge center, first in its kind of an approximate 1,000 meter square, resilient to flooding and coastal inundation, has been constructed in the village of Quatre Sœurs. The high-tech, user-friendly, eco-friendly, and sustainable building will serve as an emergency escape haven from coastal inundation, storm, surge, and other natural calamities to demonstrate infrastructure alternatives to minimize flooding risk in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, during the summer...
Excuse me, I think maybe you'll have to...
Okay.
Okay, you can just...
We're nearly there. During the summer of 2022-2023, we have seen 6 out of 8 storms that form over the southwest Indian Ocean of intensity higher than tropical cyclones. The very intense tropical cyclone Freddy may be marked as the longest lived cyclone on record, and changes in temperature and rainfall patterns in Mauritius. Mauritius has also reviewed its early warning system for cyclone storm surge, heavy rainfall, heavy swells, and strong wind, and Mauritius Meteorological Services now operates under a legal framework. Distinguished delegates, seamless efforts are currently being undertaken by government with a multi-sectorial and all-inclusiveness approach to strengthen our resilience to climate change impacts and disaster. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mauritius. Now I would invite the representative of Seychelles for the presentation, please.
Good afternoon, honorable members, Mr. Speaker. All protocol observed, since we have only 5 minutes. For Seychelles, parliamentarians play an important role in bridging the gap between communities and the government, thus can take note of several factors when assessing the needs and the weaknesses of their communities. These factors may include the types of hazards, vulnerable groups, and their communities' engagement and challenges related to preparedness. Parliamentarians also receive information from their communities and can make decisions informed by greater perspectives as a result. Parliamentarians may also use their platform and network to advocate for adequate resource distribution towards risk communication efforts, research regarding disaster risk management, and also to be readily available for parliamentarians for their use in discussions, carrying out their legislative functions, scrutinizing budgets, and performing their oversight roles and representative roles. The Seychelles faces numerous threats, including the effects of climate change as a small island state, just like Mauritius mentioned, where much development has taken the place amongst the coastline. Other threats include piracy, drug and human trafficking, and health pandemics, even epidemics like we have seen in COVID-19. The disaster risk portfolio of Seychelles is the responsibility of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, who is the parent ministry of the Disaster Risk Management Division, the DRDM, directly mandated with the disaster risk affairs of the country. The DRDM, established and governed by the Disaster Risk Management Act 2014 for the effective management of disaster through comprehensive and integrated all-hazards approach. The Act also provides a high-level National Disaster Management Committee chaired by the Minister for Internal Affairs and comprised of policy stakeholders, disaster risk-related ministries, departments and agencies, and which means that all the MDAs. The National Disaster Risk Reduction Strategy and Action Plan 2021-2030 contains several priority areas, including understanding risks, strengthening disaster risk governance or manage disaster risk, investing in disaster risk reduction for resilience. And the other one is enhancing disaster preparedness for effective response to build and to be better in recovery, rehabilitation, and especially reconstruction. The strategic and action plans aim to support the government in meeting its targets of sustainable development goals, especially the development and resilience. The Seychelles National Integrated Emergency Management Plan 2019-2024, which is the NIEMP, sets out the baseline structures of emergency preparedness and response. This plan outlines various elements, guiding principles, roles, and responsibilities that should be taken by different MDAs to ensure that there is an effective emergency preparedness and response. The National Assembly has engaged on the matter of disaster risk reduction through its members and committees. The Internal Affairs of Committee, that is the IAC, which are well known, has actively participated into the reporting progress of the midterm review of the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015-2023. The Sendai Framework was adopted by the Third UN World Conference in Sendai, Japan in March 2015. The Sendai Framework was adopted on the Third UN World Conference, and it is inclusive into the national review in 2022 by means of questionnaire with the feedbacks focused on the risk governance and management perspective, which was one of the RDM's key themes for the midterm review. The results of the midterm review were identified which included a lack of cross-sectorial policy argument or alignment, limited human and financial resource capacity. In response, the IAC made 2 recommendations, and they are that the division integrate the possibility of being a member of the Foreign Affairs Intersectorial Committee, where it has more chances of gaining investment from Seychelles' foreign partners. And the second one was for the division to inquire on grants on the resident embassies, namely the Indian High Commission. The ISC also committed to lobbying for the sensitization of awareness of disaster risk management issues, especially amongst members of parliament, where there is a lack of understanding of the role of the RDM. Parliamentarians of the National Assembly of Seychelles have also used this platform, especially their own platform, to advocate for disaster risk management in terms of motions and its role of scrutinizing budgets. On the 19th of April 2023, a motion was approved by the National Assembly calling for the government to adequately equip the Meteorological Agency to receive information of more precise early warnings. Recommendations called for such actions as increased agreements with the telecommunications companies, support and investment in research, collaboration with international organizations for expertise sharing, and increased relevant capacity building. Regarding the oversight of the public spending, the Finance and Public Accounts Committee, the FPAC, of the National Assembly of Seychelles held a public hearing in relation to the audit findings of the Auditor General's Report 2021. The committee posed questions to a delegation from the RDM seeking clarifications. This hearing was broadcasted live and was reported by the national media. I thank you.
Thank you, Shechelle. Now I would invite the representative of South Africa for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Yes. Thank you, Excellency, the President of the SADC Parliamentary Forum, the Honorable Vice Prime Minister of Mauritius, the Speaker of the National Assembly of Mauritius, and honorable speakers, heads of delegations, ladies and gentlemen. The theme for the 54th SADC Regional Parliament Forum is an important platform for us to show our resolve and declaration to move with greater urgency and resolve the implementing climate and disaster plans. South Africa welcomes the opportunity to participate in this very important discussion regarding the crucial role of parliaments in promoting coordination for enhanced disaster risk reduction and recovery planning in the SADC region. However, allow me, Honorable Program Director, to start by really thanking the esteemed guests from the government of Mauritius for sharing their expertise and for sharing their planning, and for me, which was just an indication that planning, as the speaker from Botswana said earlier, is critical to everything that we do. What we have heard here is that there's a lot of planning which has been done, and obviously this is a country, it's a matter of a survival of a country. If you look at Mauritius and the challenges that we are talking about, this is one country which cannot afford not to have this kind of planning. So we thank you for sharing with us. South Africa, in 2019, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change Special Report on Global Warming Special Global Report on 1.5 degrees centigrade identified Southern Africa as a climate change hotspot, projecting a concern trend towards drier and substantially warmer conditions, even under the threshold of 1.5 or 2 degrees Celsius of global warming. The situation is anticipated to further jeopardize the region's food security, particularly in relation to cattle and maize production. It has become clear that no country in our region will remain untouched by the risks and disasters associated with climate change. Like many countries in our region, South Africa grapples with heightened levels of climate emergency, driven primarily by factors such as extreme weather events, population growth, urbanization, land degradation, infrastructure deterioration, civil unrest, and socio-economic challenges. Of course, these elements exacerbate the vulnerability of our society and environment. And in recent years, we have experienced various disasters ranging from severe droughts to devastating storms that resulted in widespread hardships and devastation. Moreover, our extensive coastline and proximity to shipping routes expose us to various marine and coastal threats. Additionally, our shared borders with 6 Southern African neighbors expose us to cross-border boundary risks, necessitating a well-coordinated humanitarian assistance during emergency, which is one matter I think as SADC PF needs to really engage on. How do we collaborate? How do we coordinate? How do we cooperate when we are confronted with these kinds of disasters? And just to say that one of the things which I've heard both yourselves and the speaker from Botswana is how the Office of the Prime Minister takes the responsibility for coordination, and in the case of Botswana, the Office of the President actually takes the responsibility for distribution of resources for this kind of work. And I think it's something we as South Africans, we should also learn from, because in our case, much as you'd have the Disaster Management Committee, which is as a result of the piece of legislation called the Disaster Management Act of 2002, but that committee takes the responsibility for planning and for implementation, and of course, then, like many other countries, your resource allocation depends in the main on National Treasury. But I also want to make the point that One of the issues perhaps we need to discuss as a region generally with regards to this particular issue is, which I've been in defense for a long time, and I often found that when there is a disaster in the country, right, the immediate people who are called upon to mobilize resources, both human resources and whatever financial resources available at the time, tends to be the army. And as a result, I know that there have been murmurings from the side of the army and feeling that perhaps, in fact, the entire disaster management should form part of the defense entity. I'm not saying that's what we should do, but I'm just saying in the collaboration and coordination work which we are doing, maybe these are some of the things which as members of parliament should discuss and agree on how we are going to be coordinating going forward. With regards to the national, I heard the speaker mentioning the coronavirus pandemic. In our situation, we formed what was called the National Coronavirus Coordinating Committee, which was meeting on a daily basis to monitor the situation. And I think it's one of the most difficult of all the disasters we've been confronted with, one of the most difficult disasters, because you are aware, I'm sure, of the fatalities which we suffered and the high numbers of people who were impacted upon by this virus. And it is, therefore, it's become one of the issues we tend to be vigilant on, that in the event we were to have another pandemic, what steps would we need to take? But I'm not sure that we had the kind of planning which you have shared with us this afternoon. Recently, we've seen floods in the area of KwaZulu-Natal and parts of the Eastern Cape, and we've lost quite a number of people in KwaZulu-Natal, plus minus 400.
Can you, excuse me,
yes.
You won't have too much time left.
And the least we could do was to establish as Parliament an ad hoc joint committee, which is currently following up recommendations which were made, implementation of those recommendations, but not only that, money spent, which was allocated to deal with those casualties. Thank you very much.
Thank you, South Africa. I would now ask the representative of Tanzania for the presentation, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as the head of delegation from Tanzania, please allow me 1 second on behalf of my speaker, Honorable Dr. Tulia Ackson, to sincerely express our real thank you to all of you, SADC Parliament, for the effort that you put in Luanda, Angola, during IPU election to ensure that Honorable Dr. Tulia Ackson is elected as the first ever female president of IPU. Thank you very much for that. Mr. Chairman, due to the climate change, Tanzania is also vulnerable to all disaster, exactly the same as Mauritius. And considering that Tanzania is also bordering Indian Ocean, we have around 1,400 kilometers coastline of Indian Ocean. So we are also vulnerable to exactly the same disaster, like you, Cyclone Freddy, exactly the same. So, Mr. Chairman, the effort to manage disaster in Tanzania started way back in 1990, whereby the Parliament enacted a Disaster Management Act in 1990. This was the activities to manage disaster was centralized in the head office in Dar es Salaam. In 1995, we amended that law and come up with exactly the same name, Disaster Management Act, but the emphasis, the difference between the other one and this one is that the second one, we ensure that from regional level, district level, and even in the village level, we have a disaster management committee. Yeah. So the disaster management were dealt with until to the level of village level. And now from 2022, we enacted the current one, law, and the focus from this law is that we ensure now that every sector, let it be education, health, industry, infrastructure, whatever, in their policies, strategies, and plans, they include an element of disaster management from the level sectorial base. So, Mr. President, all the measures that has been explained, that has been in the presentation, are exactly the same as the ones that are dealt with in Tanzania. But I have two examples, best practice, that I would like to share with you all. One is how we deal with the shortage of food disaster. In Tanzania, we have put up a national food reserve agency. What they do is that we have some area that get good rains and we have a lot of harvest, and we have some area that normally they're in drought, and in most cases they fall of shortage of food. So what we do through this NFRA, they buy maize from this area where there's a good harvest and keep them. For instance, the current financial year, they bought around 248,000 tons of maize, keep them, and when this other area fall shortage of food, then we use this maize to stabilize the price and give the maize to the people at very low prices. So this is one way how you can deal with the disaster of shortage of food. And also, we are experiencing some floods in some of the area. In actual fact, there are areas whereby in every rain season, they experience floods. So what we do is that the government has identified all these people who are living in this area, and we have passed a land use law whereby now we have identified the upper land, which is not affected by floods. And what we do, we voluntarily moving the people from the area that are affected by floods each year, and then we give them land, and the government is financially assisting them to move voluntarily from this area. So the aim is that we have to move the people from the area that are affected by floods each year to the area that are not affected by the flood. So, and this is the deliberate activity that the government is doing, and as a parliament we have passed the law, the land use law, to make sure that this is implemented and enforced. But otherwise, all the efforts that you have mentioned in your presentation for mitigation of disaster are exactly the same as the one that we are implementing in Tanzania. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tanzania. I'll ask the representative of Zambia, please, for their presentation.
Good afternoon. Mr. President, allow me to give a presentation on behalf of the Right Honorable Madam Speaker. I further ask that allow me to ride on the protocols already established. Mr. President, the Zambian country risk profile indicates the country is prone to uncertain floods, droughts, and generally extreme temperatures in a changing climate. Mr. President, These floods and droughts have increased in frequency over the past 3 decades and thereby negatively impacting on agriculture and food security, as well as water supply and sanitation delivery. In response, the government has undertaken several measures at different levels aimed at mitigating the effects of climate change. Mr. President, at international level, Zambia is a signatory to several international instruments on climate change, such as the Paris Agreement. At national level, the government has demonstrated high-level political commitment in addressing environmental problems and climate change by creating a standalone ministry which we call Ministry of Green Economy and Environment. Furthermore, the government developed the National Policy on Climate Change in 2016, which provides a conducive framework for the country to reduce carbon emissions to zero as envisaged in the Paris Agreement. Mr. President, the climate change response strategy has been prepared, which aims at making the country climate resilient to fulfill the developmental priorities as listed in the long-term National Vision 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Mr. President, in addition to what has been said, the following pieces of legislation with a bearing on climate change have been enacted. These include the Environmental Management Act number 12 of 2011, which provide for integrated environmental management. Number 2, the Forest Act number 4 of 2015, which provides for the conservation and use of forests and trees for the sustainable management of forests, ecosystems, and biological diversity. Number 3, the Water Resources Management Act number 21 of 2011, which provides for, inter alia, the regulation and management of water resources. 4, the Fisheries Act number 22 of 2011, which provides for the sustainable development of fisheries. 5, the Disaster Management Act number 13 of 2010, which provides for, among others, the maintenance and operation of a system for the anticipation and preparedness of disaster situations such as floods and drought as a result of climate change. Under this, we actually have a unit which we call the Disaster Management and Mitigation Unit, which falls under the Office of the Vice President. It cascades down to the province and to the districts. 6, the Zambia Wildlife Act number 14 of 2015, which provides for, inter alia, the conservation and enhancement of wildlife ecosystems, thereby enhancing the resilience of wildlife to the adverse effects of climate change. And 7, the Electronic Government Act number 41 of 2021, which promotes the use of information communication technologies, ICTs, instead of paper in government services and processes to reduce government's carbon print on the economy. Mr. President, the Zambian Parliament has undertaken several initiatives to address climate change at national level as follows. Number 1, the Right Honorable Madam Speaker introduced a tree planting initiative in 2022. Under this initiative, Parliament's target is to plant at least 1,000 trees in each of the 156 constituencies across the country. Number 2, the operationalization of the Zambian Parliamentary Caucus on Environment and Climate Change. This caucus is a voluntary association of members of Parliament with a mission to prioritize, build consensus, and raise the profile of debate of parliamentarians on climate change issues. And third, the operationalization of the caucus on SDGs, which advocates for the acceleration of Zambia's achievement of the SDGs, including goal number 13 on climate change action. Mr. President, with these few remarks, I would like to thank you.
Thank you, Zambia. Now I'll ask the representative of Zimbabwe to do the presentation, please.
Vice Prime Minister of the Republic of Mauritius, Mr. President, allow me to write on the protocols already announced. It is common cause that SADC region has not escaped the vagaries of natural disasters as experienced recently in Zimbabwe, South Africa, Mozambique, Malawi, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo, just to mention a few. Accordingly, a regional approach to managing such epic disasters is therefore an imperative. To that end, Zimbabwe has developed legal framework for disaster risk management governed mainly by the Civil Protection Act, Chapter 1006 and Section 56 of the Zimbabwe Constitution, which provides for equal protection and benefit of the law. In conformity with the need to domesticate the Sendai Framework 2015 to 2030, the Parliament of Zimbabwe is in the process of reviewing the Civil Protection Act, given that it was enacted in 1989 and is no longer responsive enough to the obtaining climate-induced disasters. Equally, government has drafted the Emergency Preparedness and Disaster Management Bill, now before Parliament. In line with the regional practices, the bill mainstreams gender issues, needs of people with disability, child's rights, sexual and reproductive health rights in national disaster responses. As an institution responsible for the national budget and resource allocation, the Parliament of Zimbabwe has ensured that adequate funds are allocated towards disaster funds such as the Road Traffic Fund to cater for the traffic disasters arising from catastrophic road accidents and the Mining Disaster Fund for the mining disasters. Furthermore, the Quelia Control Act, Chapter 1910 of 1972 is amended in 2001, and the Met Act 2004 are key laws in providing data and information input into disaster risk reduction in order to enhance disaster preparedness efforts. Other legislations that are in place include Parks and Wildlife Act, whose objective is on how to curtail human-wildlife conflicts and manage natural disasters which occur in our national parks from time to time. The recently amended Forest Act is now adequately equipped to deal with devastating wildfires which threaten the flora and fauna of our country. Mr. President, with regards to the policy framework, I'm pleased to report that Zimbabwe National Climate Policy of 2018, the National Climate Change Strategy, and the Draft National Adaptation Plan are all critical avenues in the disaster risk reduction recovery architecture, particularly in dealing with climate-induced disasters. It is one of the key priorities of the 10th Parliament of Zimbabwe that adequate funds are provided for the implementation of these disaster management policies, as well as ensuring the finalization of climate change national adaptation plan. Where there are legal gaps, new laws will be legislated. To that end, His Excellency Dr. Idi Mnangagwa, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, during the 2023 State of the Nation address, made reference to a number of bills, including the Climate Change Bill, Water Act, Amendment Bill, Plant Breeders' Rights Act, which will deal comprehensively with adaptation and resilience in handling climate-induced natural disasters. In that regard, the program on disaster risk management in the Ministry of Local Government and Public Works in Zimbabwe was allocated a proposed resource envelope of $7.5 million in the 2024 budget so as to adequately deal with national natural disasters in a preemptive manner. It is undeniable that indigenous knowledge systems play a pivotal role in disaster risk reduction. In that regard, parliamentarians, as advocates for disaster management efforts, can raise public awareness and institutionalize indigenous knowledge system as a critical component in national disaster management. To achieve this, parliamentarians are asked to engage relevant government ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as civil society organizations that are keen to manage national disasters. Local traditional leaders are vital stakeholders in this regard. May I explain that, Chair? Tanzania explained that you move people where disasters are prone virtually all the time. Now, to move these people, especially from their family graves, which they consider to be very sacred, requires the local traditionally to persuade them to move and leave behind those family graves. That's why in Zimbabwe, we are very keen to involve the traditional leaders in managing these disasters. And finally, to successfully coordinate and harmonize our disaster risk reduction and recovery planning approaches, I propose that we tackle at national level the following disaster risk management challenges. Number one, underfunded and uncoordinated institutional frameworks for disaster risk reduction at national level. Number two, lack of comprehensive and constantly updated risk assessments and early warning information systems. Number three, weak information and knowledge management systems, specifically in high-risk disaster areas. And four, the need to reduce underlying risk factors by using artificial intelligence. That's a tool, modern tool now, which can assist us in that regard. In order to come up with preemptive strategies timelessly, which preemptive strategies must unreservedly be shared regionally. And finally, globally, every country must come up with sound national determined contributions, as witnessed through the presentation from Mauritius, in order for the world to reduce greenhouse emissions so that temperatures do not rise above the Paris Climate Change Agreement barometer of not above 1.5 degrees Celsius. Accordingly, let us treat the fundamental cause of the disease rather than its pervasive symptoms. In that regard, Chair, I would propose that we as a region must have an implementation matrix that will respond to these disasters, because in terms of resources, some countries are better placed. Like during the, Cyclone Itai, South Africa, with its army corps, came to the aid of Mozambique, for example, and many lives were saved. Property was saved some degree, and the Speaker of South Africa indicated, like in Zimbabwe, we also rely on the army as a port of call in order to respond effectively to these disasters. I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. I must add, so in Mauritius as well, we depend a lot on our disaster management depends a lot on our mobile phones, actually, because those are one, you can intervene very quickly. Well, from the list that have been given, I think all the countries has done the presentation. Anybody I have missed? Any country I missed? No, because I've given a list. I think everybody has come for the presentation. Thank you very much. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to open the floor for not for a long time, because we don't have much time left, because we have the final communique, which is we are going to present that afterwards. Just if anybody want to take the floor for any general deliberation or recommendation, just for a few minutes, you're welcome. We have the 3 resource persons here, if anybody is interested. The microphone, please. It's coming.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much. It's a plea. I followed the presentation by the resource persons. Excellent. I know there will be a communique, but my suggestion is that the contributions by our resource persons and from various countries, if they can be put together into some booklet, which we can always refer to as we try to benchmark amongst ourselves. I don't know how the communique is going to read like, but I thought while we are acting as Parliament, I think it is important that as SADC PF will bring on board the SADC executive, in other words, the summit, so that as we look forward, we have the political will of the executive, especially on what I said, that there must be something like a standing, reactive organization that can come up to assist, say, in those countries that have been badly hit by the disasters. So you have a rapid response to save the situation. Just like the organ on politics and security under SADC. They've got now a standing battalion which they've deployed in DRC to ensure that the elections there are carried out in a more or less peaceful manner. Something like that could also be tried as far as this question of disasters is concerned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Zimbabwe. I think Botswana want to add something.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me also extend my gratitude to the esteemed panel of presenters. I think it was enlightening and eye-opening. But I have a few reactions. which I would like the panel to maybe assist us with. The first issue that I want to raise is that we as members of parliament, we need to reflect on our oversight role when it comes to the issue of disaster management. Our oversight at the point of enacted legislation, which most of the time in our parliaments are initiated from the executive. Formulation of disaster policies, that's the area where we need to play our role. Mr. Chair, I'm raising this point because I think with the COVID-19 in particular, it has become clear that when we deal with disaster, at times we think that we can defer democracy. We can defer democratic ethos. We can defer democratic precepts. Recently, I was presenting a paper in a forum where we're discussing disaster management, and my paper was titled Democracy Deferred on Management of COVID-19 in my country. So what I want to ask the panel is what they think would be the best way to deal with disasters without having to defer democracy. The second point is on research and development in this area. I don't know what are the trends in SADC, what are the trends in Africa in terms of research and development, especially funding for research and development in the area. I would like to just find out from you. The last one, this one is to you, honorable MPs, that I know some of you we have met at the Climate Parliament organization, and I would like to encourage those that are not yet members of the Climate Parliament to do so, to identify climate champions in their parliaments, and also to join this organization. Thank you very much. I think these are my few reactions.
Thank you, Botswana. I think we have somebody from Seychelles.
Good afternoon, thank you. And I also thank all those countries that has done the report. I would like to continue along the line that the Speaker of Zimbabwe has intervened. I think we have reached, like I say, in a way, how as the region, because one thing that have captivated me during this presentation is that how badly our people is affected when it comes to disaster. Apart from infrastructure, the rebuilding of infrastructure costs a lot of money, yes, but also the lives of the people that are being affected, because there are many ways that there are many changes that happen. Their lifestyles are changed, they have to leave their places, their traditional places. So along that line, the emphasis that is made on the Sendai framework is mitigation, the mitigation and the prevention also. So as a region, I think we may have to lobby in a certain way, especially when it comes to the Global Fund for Climate Change. I know that some countries are benefiting from that funds also, but some are not, given their economical status. So, as a bloc, should we be lobbying together when it comes to the mitigation process? So we can identify which countries that is prone to any eventuality of disaster or recurrent or prone to happen, so that we can have like a working scenario and a way forward for us as a bloc to tackle and have our grip on the funds, the global funds, for us to be able to manage our budget when it comes to the mitigation of the climate change and the prone areas of disaster. This is one thing, because our own local budget is not sufficient to do all these works and recommendations that has been set forward in the Sendai framework. And one way of it, I know that during an IPU plenary, there was a motion that was set to access the funds itself when it comes to the climate change. But we didn't get support from all countries, especially when it comes to the Western countries. So we as Africans, we know we are being marginalized a bit when it comes to implementation of certain aspects of climate change and disaster mitigation. So should we be reflecting, or certain reflection, this is my suggestion, on how do we go about forward to see who is benefiting from these resources, global resources, and how can we support each other also. I know that Mauritius has suffered several disaster events in the past. You have oil, you have mentioned, there is the issue of flooding, the issue of hurricane that comes every now and then. So you are one of the countries in the region compared to Seychelles. But doesn't mean that Seychelles is not being affected, even if Mauritius is on the scale of 1 to 10, you are 8 on the disaster level, while we may be around 4 to 5. But we still can support each other as a region and as in the Indian Ocean also. So this is a point of reflection that as SADC in the future on our agenda can also come together as a bloc and position ourselves how best we can support each other when it comes to the global funding, when it comes to disaster and climate change. This is my point of view. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecile. Anybody else want to make any comment? No? So, ma'am from South Africa. Excuse me, can you bring it here, please?
Chairperson, it's just a reminder, because we have heard from those who are consistently attending some of these conferences on issues of climate and global warming, that there has been a call by us, those of us who are not in developed countries, for developed countries to compensate those of us in the African continent for the damage caused by some of the chemicals and some of the activities, their activities in our continent. And I'm just thinking that if indeed, I don't know, I may not be able to formulate it the way it is, but I am aware that there's been a call for compensation of our countries by developed countries with regards to this matter of climate change, that it should be something that we should not forget in our communication. Thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. Anybody else? Any comment? Any clarification from the resource person anybody needs? Well, if you don't have anybody, I know a lot of suggestions that was brought is being taken up by the Secretariat. So in that case, I think maybe we just hold on with a communique. I think it's better, because we have to take all this input in our communique. Is that agreeable to you? Yes, please. I think maybe we'll do that. Huh? But also suggestions that had been taken, so maybe we'll have to have a look at it before and then put it in our communique, and then we'll send a final communique at the end of it. Okay? Okay, thank you very much. I think I'm going to call it a day now. I would like to thank you all. Now, what I was going to ask you actually, I mean, we have the National Disaster Center here in Mauritius. During the next few days, if you want to visit our disaster center, we can arrange that. Maybe it's going to be, I mean, if you're interested, we can arrange for that as well. Well, I think we have had a good discussion this afternoon. We thank you for your input, and we hope that we with the inputs that we have brought here, all the different countries in SADC, if we get our act together, we can try to improve the situation as far as disaster is concerned in our area here, and especially not just disaster, but disaster risk management. Ça, c'est très important. Not just the disaster management of disaster, but management of the risk. Ça, c'est très important. And maybe we can take that in our communique and try to concentrate and work on that. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. May we kindly give a round of applause to our resource persons and Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Prime Minister. At this point, I'd like to invite Honorable Speaker from the National Assembly of Zimbabwe to move a vote of thanks on behalf of the SADC Parliamentary Forum for your presence.
Shall I stand? Thank you. I don't want to put the question in terms of the performance of the session under the chairmanship of our Vice Prime Minister. I think what is of importance is that the session has been chaired by one of the highest authorities of this land, of the Republic. It only demonstrates the commitment by Mauritius as the Republic to ensure that this session and the other sessions that will follow have been taken very seriously by the authorities of the Republic. You didn't clap loudly because the Prime Minister did not hear. Can you repeat? That's much better. Honorable Vice Prime Minister, we would like to say thank you to you for chairing this afternoon session so well, and also trying to keep time. Although I was saying to the Speaker of Zambia, surely we have come all the way from afar only to speak for 5 minutes. Is that fair? And she said, I think we have to share the cake because we give time to everybody. And allow me, Vice Chairman, to thank the team that was assisting you and the President of SADC PF who gave us the outline of the theme. And I think all members here present join me in saying Well done, Vice Prime Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I can assure you, anybody, the discussion doesn't finish here. I mean, over the next few days, we can discuss, and we'll have plenty of time to discuss, and any suggestion, even later, should be taken on board. Any suggestion, because it's a very important problem we are talking about. It's affecting everybody, all the countries around. We are talking about SADC. It's all over the world, and we're talking about SADC as well here. And so all your suggestions are welcome. And over the next few days, I think these recommendations, these suggestions should be taken on board. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir, you may take leave. Thank you.
You excuse me, I'll have to go to office now. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, thank you very much. If you allow me, may we kindly transition to the last part of our program for today, so that we may save the few minutes that we have. If that's okay, I'm seeing the nod. Thank you very much. Oh, thank you very much to our resource persons. Do you want to stay with us? Okay, you may take leave, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for that. We will now invite the strategic planning consultant, headhunters representative, Mr. Masia, to engage with us on this next session. Honorable members, as you are well aware, our strategic plan is coming to an end on the 31st of December. In fact, through this session, we have concluded most of what we could do this year. 1st of January, we ought to be rolling out a new strategic plan for the next 5 years. It is for this reason that we will really need your valuable input to guide this particular process and for us to feel the ownership and be able to identify with the strategic plan once it is implemented. At this point, Mr. Masia, may you kindly proceed.
Thank you very much to the Secretary General. The SADC PF President, speakers and heads of delegations, Secretary General and all of SADC staff, clerks of National Parliament and all staff of the National Parliaments, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having me. My name is Makawe Masia, like I've already been introduced by the Secretary General. I am a senior partner at a consulting firm in Zimbabwe called Headhunters. And what we have the honor of doing today is being invited to talk to you about the SADC PF strategic plan. As you know, the current plan is ending this year, 2023, and has already been alluded to. We want to then transition and create a new plan that is going to essentially be the roadmap to successfully achieve the mandate that SADC PF has been charged with over the next 5 years. Now, there is no strategic plan for the SADC PF without insight from its critical members, its key stakeholders, and that is yourselves. So what I have been tasked to do is the straightforward task of being able to try to get from you what you think the SADC PF must focus on as its plans for the coming 5 years. I understand that I'm the gentleman that is standing between you and your next cup of tea, so I'll be sure to keep it as brief as possible where I can, yes? But now, as we get started, let me give you a bit of background relating to the blueprint that we've been trying to put together in conjunction with the Secretariat, so that you've got an idea of what the plan is looking like. However, from then onwards, I'll try to get into an interactive process with you where I would like for you to give me your contributions in terms of some of your insights relating to what the plan should achieve at the end of the day. Right, so the framework that we've put together seeks to follow a set of key deliberate steps. And these steps included, first and foremost, understanding what the SADC-PF's mandate is. And as you know, the SADC-PF is a creature that has been determined or created by a set of key legislative agendas. And therefore, we've sought to be able to understand the terms of reference that put it together. That is the Sustainable Agenda 2030, SADC Vision 2050, the SADC Treaty, as well as the SADC-PF Constitution. The analysis of the SADC-PF Constitution told us that by virtue of the objects that are there within the Constitution, we have a set of specific things that the SADC-PF must do. To strengthen implementation capacity of SADC by involving parliamentarians in the affairs of SADC, to advocate the harmonization, ratification, domestication, and implementation of SADC protocols, treaties, and other decisions at the national level, to promote the principles of human rights, democracy, peace, security, regional integration, human and social development, economic governance, gender equality through collective responsibility within SADC region, to familiarize parliamentarians of member parliaments with the objectives, priorities, and decisions of SADC, to provide a parliamentary perspective on issues affecting SADC countries, to provide a forum for discussion on matters of common interest to SADC, such as this that we have been discussing the better part of the day, and to promote cooperation with other parliamentary organizations and other stakeholders. So these are the functions as per the Constitution. All right? Now, having looked at this and analyzed this, we needed then to understand where the SADC-PF must be proficient. And this was led by looking at the functions and then grouping them into a specific set of key result areas. The key result areas identified were 4. This is what the SADC-PF must be good at. Number 1, strengthen SADC implementation capacity and advocacy. Number 2, promotion of principles and collective responsibility. Number 3, enhancing parliamentary engagement and cooperation. And number 4, having sustainable operations. Now, when you look at aspect of number 4, this is essentially part of the theme that we've been looking at. The key result area of sustainable operations speak to SADC-PF being financially sustainable. It speaks to SADC-PF being able to promote environmental and social sustainability as well. Okay? So these were the 4 key result areas that were identified. And from having analyzed this and looking at certain pieces of information, there were 6 goals, strategic goals that have been proposed so far. That is to achieve a 40% improvement in parliamentary effectiveness and democratic governance through sustainable capacity development programs for MPs, national parliaments, and staff as measured by key performance indicators. Number 2, by 2028, enhancing member parliament satisfaction levels to a target of a proposed 75% through customized capacity building programs and advocacy support that address specific needs and priorities, including gender equality and promotion of universal human rights. Number 3, achieving at least 20% improvement in operational efficiencies and transparency. Number 4, successfully implementing parliamentary initiatives to contribute to addressing climate change and promoting eco-friendliness, resulting in a measurable reduction of carbon emissions by at least 30% compared to the baseline year by 2028. This particular one actually resonates with the theme that is there today that we're discussing, that relates to climate change and responsiveness. And then ultimately, you've got a proposed goal number 5 that seeks to increase staff engagement to a certain percentage through professional development programs. This is directed at your secretariat capacity, and ultimately, the last but not least, a proposed 6th goal that says to secure sustainable financial resources of up to a certain amount cumulatively by the end of 2028. So this is the blueprint that has been developed so far. Now, in order for it to then speak to the real issues, I implore you to then be able to provide certain insights as the key stakeholders of the SADC Parliamentary Forum that can give us guidance in terms of what you would see the Parliamentary Forum being able to implement. Once that is done, we can then capture this and make it a part of the strategic plan document that not only achieves its mandate, but also serves to provide value to its stakeholders, you being the primary and key stakeholders. Okay. So at this juncture, allow me to speak a little less and listen a little more to the wisdom of you, the key stakeholders, relating to what you would like to see the SADC Parliamentary Forum achieving. But as we do that, I understand that there were certain parliaments that have already tried to put together their contributions from their constituencies. If those are there and ready and available, please show by raising your hand so that we can direct the mic to you, and then we can capture your contributions. Are there any members that had made any preparatory contributions? If you can show by raising your hand. Yes, ma'am. We've got a member here.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm not speaking as a member who has the prepared notes.
Sure.
But I was just wondering, and maybe there is a committee that already met with you, or maybe I don't understand the terms of reference as headhunters, because I believe that a strategic plan is one of the critical documents. And okay, maybe you're also going to go through, because you said I would talk less. I'm just wondering, first of all, one, if we would be walked through. Secondly, I don't know about others, but I feel like a strategic plan is supposed to have a fresh head. And I don't know whether we'll come back to it, or there are staff who are already working on this, because I would hate to have a document that will guide us for the next 5 years, and we do it when the sugar levels and the attention span, I don't know. Because I believe that the strategic plan is a critical document that would outlive some of us. That's just my submission. Was that yes? Okay, I'm getting some agreements from the back. But maybe it's the program thing, so those few comments.
Okay. Yes, they're saying that perhaps their sugar levels are a bit low, their energy levels are a bit low for concentration.
Honorable members, I think we have been duly guided. If I'm not out of order, let me just maybe recount how we got here. There were questionnaires that were sent to parliaments a few months back, which were never responded to at the level that ought to have assisted us to effectively share information, engage, and be able to meet the deadlines. Now we're at a point where this is the last plenary assembly before January. So I believe that we need guidance in terms of what other platform could be there between now and the end so that we may engage, or any method that would assist us to get the best results for us to take the process forward. Failing which, we will have to defer the strategic plan dates and periods, which would be unfortunate. So I appreciate that the levels are low. I'm not sure if we could be guided in terms of what opportunities we must avail to be able to deal with this. Or we must await feedback to members. There was another query, actually, that I just received from the Honorable Speaker, Zimbabwe, about the midterm review. Maybe let me just say that a report was submitted. Honorable members will recall that there was a midterm review which was done with the support of the German Foundation, where committees were consulted on the review. The various committees were consulted in Johannesburg on the review of our strategic plan. Results were shared, and these were the basis of some of the documents that were reviewed to look at to do an environmental scan of where we are at. But I think the bottom line is I see that the energy levels are low, and I would probably propose that we will follow up with each parliament for feedback, and hope that we will be able to receive that feedback if it's possible. Or where's the microphone, please? Okay. I'm in a bind, basically.
Yes, SG, I can see the difficulty we are in, but under the circumstances, from what has been said, I don't see any other way except to set a deadline for further input into the strategic plan, and to have members feed into that in an appropriate time. But the deadline would have to be up to you as to when you saw the strategic plan being finalized and prepared. But given the situation we are in now, I mean, it's just, I don't see any sensible way except to prolong it and allow for further input. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable President. Just to indicate that the contract for the consultants ended 30th November. We had to delay it because we're also really hoping for feedback from parliaments. However, we are guided, but there will be implications.
Thank you. It's me again, Madam SG. I was just speaking to the timing. I think you have clearly articulated the importance, and we have all been educated on the fact that the other strategic plan is ending this December. I would hate for us to go and miss the brains that are represented here. So maybe I was just looking at the program tomorrow, early in the morning, for example. I mean, I love country reports, but they are more of a mundane, if you ask me, and this is very critical. So I would suggest through your office and your able advisors, Madam SG, maybe you rethink in terms of maybe making it a first item or second item early enough in the day, and then we dive in, and maybe there is some things which have already been written, we are walked through. I would hate for us to leave this plenary assembly having not done a thing. If possible, finish it up. It's just the timing that I brought to the consent. That's my humble submission. I submit.
Honorable members, we have been duly guided. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Honorable members, this tea prepared for us, may we kindly partake the tea prepared for us by the host before we leave. Thank you. Sorry, I forgot your palm.